All right, let me call y'all right back. I call y'all right back. I call you right back. I'm live. I will. Bye bye. All right, y'all. Let me play this. We got the paperwork. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Here we go. All right, Miss Darlene. Let me pull this up right quick. I'm gonna let some people get in here. Okay, I see people piling up in here. What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? What's up? We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. All right. Let me pull this up. Here we go. Here we go. We up in here, y'all. Give me a minute. Let me pull this over here. Let me share my screen. Share screen. Okay. Window. Chrome tab. There we go. All right, let me see if y'all can see it. Okay, look like Bonjean submitted. Okay, I'm just getting everything together, y'all. So here we go. We good. So we got that. And we got something else too. So let me take this down, this down, this down. Okay, y'all. What's going on? What's going on? Let me see the chat. Make sure y'all are here. Make sure y'all can hear me. Give me one moment. There we go. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Tanya? Finally. All right, Tanya. I may need some help with reading. I got let me see. Let me see. Tanya, if you want to come in, you're more than welcome to. We are going to get into this. What's up, Karen Johnson? How you doing? Latrice B, what's up? Chocolate 82467 in the house. Lady D, what's up? A2L 1908, what's up? Yes, I want help. Yes, 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 Tanya. Yes. Let me let me do my let me pin the link. Hold on. I gotta get my all-star crew up in here. Let me get my all-star crew. Okay, hold on. Let me get my all-star crew up in here. Okay, so it looks like there was two things submitted, y'all. Okay, what's up, Tanya?
Hey, how's it going? Finally.
Yes, I know, right? We've been waiting on this.
Oh.
We've been waiting on this. What up, Shouty? What's up? What's up, Antrees Figures? Hello. Love is fair. What up? What up? What up? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm Queen Newton. Hello. Miss Adrian. Hey. Miss April Showers. What's up? Daddy's Girl. What's up? What's up? Sonia Davis. Hello. Mertice Balaam. Hey. Karen J. Thank you so much. And okay, y'all. So we about to get into this here. Let me go back over here. And we are. So, y'all, this right here is the United States District Court, Eastern District of New York, United States of America versus Robert Sylvester Kelly. This is Defendant Robert Kelly's memorandum in law in support of his supplemental motion for a new trial. This here was submitted by, is this from Jennifer? This is Jennifer Bonjean. Hold on, y'all. So this here looks like this was a submission from Bonjean. Let me look in over here. I guess she added some more here. Let me see.
She had more to say.
I guess so. That's
12 more pages more.
Yeah, 12 more pages more. Exactly. Let me pull up
more stuff to stick to the wall.
Let me look in Pacer real quick. Hold on. Run my report. And here we go. Okay, so okay. Yep. So let's go ahead and see what she is talking about. Hold on. Let me get out of here. Let's do here. Okay. So y'all, this looks like this was submitted by Bonjean. Okay. So let's read what she's talking about here. Let's read what Bonjean is talking about. Bonjean, whatever you want to call her. Let's see what she's talking about. Thank you, Tanya, for being here. Anybody else that wants to come in and read? Let me pull this up so I can put the link in the chat. In case I got anybody else that wants to come in and read with us. Okay, so here it is. Let me pin this link. And then we're going to get started. Pin message. There we go. And then, y'all, so we're going to read this until the government's response comes out. And once the government response comes out, then we are going to read what the government got to say. So first, we're going to start with Bonjean, okay? So I'll start it off. The introduction is the defendant's trial was engulfed by irrelevant and excessive bad character evidence that added little to the jury's assessment of whether the defendant committed the charged offenses. Indeed, the 6-week trial was compromised overwhelmingly of uncharged bad act evidence that served no legitimate evidentiary purpose. With the court's blessing, the government subjected the jury to a mass and repugnant conduct for the primary purpose of depicting the defendant as contemptible sexual deviant. The government defended the introduction of the evidence as relevant to the means and methods of the enterprise with nary of word Rule 403 considerations. For reasons argued in the defendant's Rule 29 motion, the government's evidence of an enterprise was insufficient as a matter of law. This case was not about an enterprise. It was about the conduct of one man who the government sought to punish for his alleged history of mistreating women. What? Are you kidding me right now?
She's being over the top.
She sound like a damn YouTube blogger. That's what she sound like.
She's been talking in the bushes.
Seriously. So as such, the mountain of a bad act evidence, as such, the mountain of bad act evidence offered with this prosecution was nothing more than inadmissible propensity evidence, because the defendant was forced to defend against dozens of uncharged claims of abusive and sexual misbehavior, much of it lawful, albeit unpalatable for some. The defendant was stripped of the presumption of innocence and denied a fair trial. But that is not all. The defendant was denied effective assistance of counsel when his attorneys failed to file adequate pretrial objections to the introduction of the mass of overtly prejudicial Hold on. Oh wow. She is really going for it right now.
Can I ask you a question? Is this her rebuttal? Like, how does she even get to add stuff, Atmos?
Hold on. Okay. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I was just asking, is this her rebuttal? You know how she gets to respond?
Yeah, I don't know how this came in before. Like she
Yeah.
just. All right, let me continue. Then I'm gonna let you get in here.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Evidence and routinely failed to lodge timely objections to some, although not all, of the damning bad act evidence. So she's putting it, okay, in sum, the defendant's trial was little more than a reenactment of those one-sided docu-series surviving R. Kelly, which several of the jurors had viewed before stepping into the courtroom. It is a wonder that the government did not simply offer the docu-series into evidence. Ooh!
Wow!
Whoa!
Wow!
Hey. Okay, hold on.
I'm in shock.
With this backdrop, the defendant was powerless to defend against the charged offenses for which there were viable, even winning defenses. The defendant was denied his constitutional guarantee of a fair trial where the jury heard excessive, minimally probative evidence of contemptible conduct that was introduced solely to inflame the passions of the jury and punish the defendant for decades of unchecked bad behavior. Go ahead and read the relevant facts.
You got it. In the 2 months preceding the start of the defendant's trial, his defense team was focused on fighting one another and preoccupied with litigating a cursio hearing on account of one of his attorney's disabling conflict of interest. Not surprisingly, defendant's trial team wasted valuable time and resources focused on this side circus rather than preparing a strategy for defending the case. At the defendant's request, this court granted an extension for the filing of motions in limine until July 23, 2021. On July 23, 2021, the government filed a whopping 55-page motion seeking to admit a heap of prior bad act evidence. Defense counsel filed no motions in limine. Incredibly, defense counsel failed to preclude any uncharged bad act evidence that was produced as part of the government's 3,500 materials. On July 30th, 2021, defense counsel filed a written objection to the government's motion in limine regarding the introduction of prior bad act evidence, largely on timeliness grounds. The response contained a general objection to the evidence as untimely with no meaningful relevancy, objections, or Rule 403 analysis. Inexplicably, defense counsel did not seek a continuance of the trial to investigate these alleged surprise witnesses, but merely asked the court to strike them. Wow. At a final pretrial hearing, defense counsel conceded that he did, in fact, know who the other bad act witnesses were and was familiar with their allegations. Defense counsel conceded that he was in possession of all 3,500 material and had received supplemental 3,500 materials from the government. On August 6, 2021, defense counsel filed a 2-page supplemental opposition to the government's motion to admit other bad act evidence. Throughout trial, defense counsel filed a handful of letters objecting to the introduction of certain bad act evidence. The objections were largely ruled. The record does not seem to reflect objections to much of the uncharged bad act evidence offered by the government. Argument. Defendant was denied a fair trial when his jury was swamped with a mass of minimally probative, cumulative, and unduly prejudicial other bad act evidence, some of which was admitted without objection in violation of defendant's Sixth Amendment guarantee of effective assistance of counsel. We knew this was going to come somehow.
Yeah.
With virtually no limitation, this court permitted the prosecution to inundate the jury with excessive bad act evidence, mostly under the theory that the evidence was relevant to the means and method of the enterprise. The means and method justification for the introduction of copious amounts of bad act evidence is gravely flawed because the government's theory of an enterprise is flawed. Where the enterprise consists... Sorry.
That's okay.
Gus.
He's saying that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
that's
mad.
what he's saying. Even
He's
the dog know.
Where are you? Come here. Sorry. Give me 1 second.
You good.
Okay. Where was I? Where the enterprise consisted of nothing more than a purported sexual misbehavior of the defendant, unconnected to the activities of a discrete enterprise, the means and methods, relevancy, justification is meaningless. As argued at length in defendant's Rule 29 motion, the government failed to prove that defendant was distinct from the so-called enterprise, no matter how much repellent evidence of sexual indiscretions or abusive behavior the government accumulated against the defendant. The fact remains that it was the defendant and the defendant alone who engaged in those affairs, wholly disconnected to the affairs of a distinct enterprise. By characterizing defendant's purported decades-long history of abusive conduct toward women as an enterprise, the government not only avoided statutes of limitations, but was free to introduce any unkind or abusive act of a sexual or non-sexual nature as evidence of the enterprise, conveniently avoiding the rule against the admission of propensity evidence and the limitations set out in Notwithstanding, this court was still obligated to conduct a meaningful Rule 403 analysis, which it failed to do. Rule 403 authorizes the exclusion of relevant evidence when its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issue, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. The United States Supreme Court held in Old Chief that unfair prejudice as to a criminal defendant speaks to the capacity of some concededly relevant evidence to lure the fact finder into declaring guilt on a ground different from proof specific to the offenses charged. The committee notes to Rule 403 explain unfair prejudice within its context means an undue tendency to suggest decision on an improper basis, commonly, though not necessarily, an emotional one. Advisory committee's notes on courts that follow the common law tradition almost unanimously have come to disallow resort by the prosecution to any kind of evidence of a defendant's evil character to establish a probability of his guilt. Not that the law invests the defendant with a presumption of good character, but it simply closes the whole matter of character disposition and reputation on the prosecution's case in chief. The state may not show defendant's prior trouble with the law, specific criminal acts, or ill name among his neighbors, even though such facts might logically be persuasive that he is by propensity a probable perpetrator of the crime. The inquiry is not rejected because character is irrelevant. On the contrary, it is said to weigh too much crime with the jury and to so overpersuade them as to prejudice one with a bad general record and deny him a fair opportunity to defend against a particular charge. The overriding policy of excluding such evidence despite its admitted probative value is a practical experience that is disallowance tends to prevent confusion of issues, unfair surprise, and undue prejudice.
I'll jump in now.
Okay.
Probative value is also informed by the availability of alternative means to present similar evidence. Specifically, the Supreme Court has advised that the Rule 403 probative value of an item of evidence may be calculated by comparing evidentiary alternatives. Old Chief 519. The district court is afforded wide discretion to exclude evidence that is on balance unduly prejudicial. That's Tavares 424. So long as the district court has conscientiously balanced the proffered evidence's probative value with the risk of prejudice, its conclusion will be disturbed only if it is arbitrary or irrational. As set out below, this court did not conscientiously balance the probative value of certain proffered government evidence that carried an extraordinary risk of prejudice. In some instances, trial counsel failed to meet the introduction of such evidence, rendered counsel's performance objectively unresponsible. Excessive STD evidence. Excessive STD evidence, huh? The government charged the defendant with commuting numerous racketeering acts in the states of California and New York by knowingly exposing Jane and Faith to herpes. This court repeatedly noted that under its interpretation of the statutes, the government was not required to show that the defendant transmitted herpes to Jane and Faith. Mere exposure was sufficient. As set forth in Rule 29 motion, defendant quarrels with this court's interpretation of the statute, but assuming arguendo, the court is correct. There is little justification for allowing massive amounts of evidence that the defendant purportedly spent decades transmitting herpes to numerous women. Though the defendant's physician, the government presented evidence that the defendant had herpes. Through the defendant's physician, the government presented evidence that the defendant had herpes when he was sexually active with Jane and Faith, that he knew he had herpes during the relevant time period, and that he was treating his condition with a regimen of Valtrex. Both women testified that they had unprotected sex with the defendant and that the defendant did not disclose that he suffered from herpes. This evidence is unrefuted. Accordingly, any additional evidence related to the defendant's herpes diagnosis and transmission of herpes to other women was unnecessary, cumulative, and unduly prejudicial, regardless of the relevance. Really? Notwithstanding, the prosecution admitted excessive evidence about the defendant's failure to practice safe sex and elicited numerous allegations that the defendant transmitted herpes to other women. Specifically, the prosecution presented testimony that the defendant, number one, suffered from other sexually transmitted diseases prior to his sexual relationship with Jane and Faith. Number two, had infected Geronda with herpes. Number three, had infected Kate with herpes. Number four, had infected Anna with herpes. The prosecution offered copious amounts of documentary evidence regarding the defendant and his partner's herpes treatment, and elicited graphic details from multiple witnesses about the symptoms of herpes. The government uttered the words herpes hundreds of times throughout this trial. This evidence was rank propensity evidence for the reasons argued in the defendant's Rule 29 motions and above. The government simply failed to show that the so-called enterprise existed so that the defendant could expose women to herpes. As such, the herpes evidence is not justified under the catch-all means and methods of the enterprise. It's just propensity evidence. Moreover, whatever probative value it had significantly outweighed by its prejudicial effect. Although trial counsel voiced an objection to the admission of Kate's testimony, the record does not clearly indicate that trial counsel objected to the excessive amounts of herpes evidence from numerous other witnesses. This failure was objectively unreasonable since there is no possible trial strategy for failing to limit this type of other bad act evidence, which was designed to breed contempt for the defendant. Furthermore, there can be no more confidence in this verdict of guilt, where it is based largely prejudicial bad act evidence, including excessive herpes evidence. Did you want to jump in with evidence concerning sexual relations with Aaliyah?
Sure. Can I just say herpes,
Yeah.
herpes, herpes?
Yeah, hell yeah, a lot of damn herpes. So I noticed her she's really trying to get onto this, is saying, oh, all they did was just present a preponderance of bad past act evidence. This is
Yeah.
all just, yeah, that's her new word.
Bad man. So
Mm.
yeah. So they're just proving that he's bad, bad, bad.
Mm-hmm.
No. All right. Evidence concerning sexual relations with Aaliyah. Oh, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecution charged defendant with one racketeering act of bribery for the sole purpose of getting evidence before the jury about his marriage and relationship with Aaliyah. Over defense counsel's objection, this court permitted the prosecution, and I feel like she's going at the judge too. Donnelly is not going to be happy. Let's see.
You was at over the defendants.
Over defense counsel's objection, this court permitted the prosecution to introduce testimony from Angela, Jane Doe number 7, that she allegedly observed sexual interactions between defendant and Aaliyah in 1991 on defendant's tour bus. This court erred by allowing this highly prejudicial testimony into evidence. Angela's testimony was not relevant under the means and methods theory since it purportedly occurred pre-Enterprise. This court seemed to recognize this fact, but nonetheless concluded that Angela's testimony that she witnessed sexual interactions between defendant and Aaliyah provided the motive for defendant's racketeering act of bribery. Defendant respectfully disagrees on this point. The prosecution presented testimony about defendant's alleged motive for marrying Aaliyah through Demetrius Smith, who expressly stated that defendant told him that Aaliyah was in trouble and thought she was pregnant. Smith elaborated that defense believed that he needed to marry Aaliyah to protect himself from going to jail. Graphic testimony from a third party about seeing defendant and Aaliyah engaging in sexual relations added nothing more to the motive than defendant's own admissions and the fact that he married Aaliyah. Whatever probative value Angela's testimony had on this point was substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect. As such, it was error to allow Angela to testify about her alleged observations on the tour bus in 1991. Interesting. Testimony from Addie, Alexis, Kate, Anna, Angela, Lewis, and Alex.
Oh wow! They're going after the John Does too, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. No, hold on. No, Miss Mo. This is the defenses. This is Bonjean adding in something else. We don't have the Bonjean added this tonight. So we're still waiting on the government's response, but this was added by Bonjean tonight. So this is going to be crazy. Go ahead.
Okay. The court permitted the government to present a whopping 7 additional witnesses to testify about graphic, uncharged bad act evidence concerning dozens of sexual encounters with the defendant. Apart from Angela's testimony, which concerned sexual conduct pre-Enterprise, the prosecution defended the introduction of this evidence under the catch-all means and methods of the Enterprise theory. As argued above, where the defendant and the defendant alone was the Enterprise, the means and methods justification for the introduction of copious amounts of bad act evidence is simply a free pass at introducing unlimited bad act evidence related to defendant.
Okay, hold on. Are you noticing this freaking bad act evidence thing?
It's like she wants it to be like embedded in the brain.
Yes, she keeps draining bad act evidence, bad act evidence, bad act evidence. Oh my gosh.
It's so true.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Amounts of bad act evidence is simply a free pass at introducing unlimited bad act evidence related to defendants' alleged sexual misdeeds and abusive conduct. Couldn't make that like a drinking game every time it's bad act evidence.
I think that's gonna be the new hashtag on Twitter tomorrow.
There you
hashtag go. Bad act evidence.
This circular logic returns us to the overarching defect in this prosecution, namely that it was a prosecution of defendant's bad character and unpunished sexual misdeeds,
Oh.
it had nothing to do with punishing or preventing the conduct of an enterprise. Oh my God. Even if the evidence had some relevant purpose, the evidence was cumulative and unduly prejudicial. The jury was inundated with one jarring story after the next of unconventional graphic sex acts, including sexual conduct that many, perhaps most, would consider deviant. Example given.
Hold on, read that in that little yeah. Read that in the parenthesis that you can see it.
Okay, examples given: group sex, elements of BDSM, and coprophilia. I don't know that word.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. When considering the mass of prior bad act evidence, cumulatively, its probative value is diminished exponentially as compared to its prejudicial effect. There can be little doubt that defendant's jury was inclined to rectify past injustices by punishing defendant, even if it harbored doubt about his guilt on the charged offenses. The risk of prejudice and the confusion was particularly acute where the trial devolved into a live rendition of the surviving R. Kelly docuseries, replete with viewings of sexually explicit videos. Trial counsel objected to the introduction of testimony from Addie in a letter dated August 26, 2021, filed under seal, but the record does not seem to reflect that defense counsel specifically objected on 401 or 403 grounds to all of the aforementioned prior bad act evidence, with the exception of Angela, but only as to her observations about defendant's conduct with Aaliyah and not as to her own sexual experiences with defendant. Trial counsel's performance was objectively substandard where it failed to adequately object to the introduction of this
You there? Oh,
yeah.
You scroll up?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Introduction of this damning evidence. Trial counsel offered no written response to the prosecution's motion to allow this evidence and made no meaningful arguments at the final pretrial conference on these matters. Since trial counsel claimed that he was surprised by the proposed other bad act witnesses.
Oh, gosh.
It's just going to be bad act because it's bad act anything. He was in no position to make cogent and comprehensive arguments objecting to this unduly prejudicial evidence. Even when given another opportunity to file more fulsome objections, counsel failed to do so. No trial strategy justifies this objectively unreasonable performance. Wait, there's the definitions. Merriam-Webster definition of BDSM, sexual activity involving such practices as the use of physical restraint, the granting of relinquishing of control, and the infliction of pain. And definition of coprophilia, marked interest in excrement, the use of or filth. I had a feeling that's what that was. There's actually a word for that.
Corprophilia. Okay. Learn something new.
Mm-hmm.
And that definition is, as you said, what now? Marked interest in excrement, the use of feces or filth for sexual excitement. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's get that out of our head. Inexplicably, trial counsel affirmatively introduced other prior bad act evidence.
Oh, gosh.
Ding, ding, ding. For example, trial counsel opened the door to testimony concerning defendant's prior criminal prosecution in Illinois, state court related to sexual exploitation of a child. No sound trial strategy justified telling the jury the defendant had been previously prosecuted for crimes nearly identical to those charged in the instant case. Yeah. Why didn't she bring up what's her face saying that you must find my client guilty? She didn't say that part. Defendant was prejudiced by his attorney's failings where a reasonable probability exists that this court would have excluded much of the prosecution's proposed bad act evidence if it had been challenged competently. There can be no confidence in this verdict of guilt where the jury was overwhelmed with bad character evidence.
Oh my gosh. If I hear the word bad act, bad character, bad dog, bad cat, like bad food, bad water, bad any damn thing else, I'm gonna go freaking crazy.
So word of the day.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll jump in.
Okay.
Admission of graphic videos depicting sex acts. Before I even read this, weren't we told there were no videos in
There's
New
no
York?
videos, Atmos.
We were just when we told that. Let me ask the chat if y'all was told that there was no videos in New York that was shown from the people that were there. The people that were there said there were no videos shown. We were there. Oh my God, you all are wrong. Put a 1 in the chat. Good grief. Okay, here we go. Admission of graphic videos depicting sexual acts. The defendant was further denied a fair trial when this court permitted the introduction of graphic pornography and still photos involving group sex between the defendant, Alex, and Dominique. I thought they didn't have no video of R.
That's
Kelly
what I
having
heard.
sex with Dominique.
That's what I heard.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Did anybody else hear that? Okay, here we go. Dominique, who did not even testify to these proceedings. The graphic videos involving Anna, including a video depicting coprophilia. Trial counsel objected to the introduction of these videos, albeit belatedly. Again, for the reasons set forth in counsel's letters to this court, and for the reasons identified supra, this evidence was not relevant to any means and methods of an enterprise since there was no enterprise. Wherefore, probative value it had was substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect. One cannot imagine a more prejudicial piece of evidence than these videos, which added very little to the testimony the jurors heard. Conclusion. In light of the foregoing, the defendant's convictions must be vacated and a new trial ordered. This was submitted by Jennifer Bonjean of the Bonjean Law Group. Oh,
my head is spinning.
Oh my gosh. Like,
she wrote a bad act motion.
This was a bad act motion. Like, so y'all, let me check and see if the government's response is in yet. Let me look right now as I'm here with y'all. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable, y'all.
How did she just get to submit that though? Like,
I don't know. And then she slipped it in there. So let me tell you something. This lady's very strategic, right? She just slipped that right in up under everybody's nose.
Because the prosecution doesn't even have time to respond to it now.
Listen, she knows that everybody's sitting here waiting on this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what she do? She slipped something up in there.
She sure did.
Hold on, let me see. Nope. So far, all we have is this from Bonjean. Let me see what this is. This is a introduction. Hold on. We just read this relevant facts. Hold on. Is this 3, 4, 5? Okay, so we read that already. There was something else. Let me go back and see. Let's see here. It's the main document for the new trial. So this right here, y'all, is just let me share this with y'all right quick. This was something else that she submitted tonight. Also, Bonjean submitted. Let me see here. Here we go. So this looks like it was just a notice of motion. The defendant, Robert Sylvester Kelly's notice of supplemental motion for new trial. Please take notice that upon the accompanying memorandum of law, defendant Kelly, through counsel, hereby moves for a new trial on supplemental grounds. So I guess this is what he says. I, Jennifer Bonjean, an attorney at law certify that I filed the defendant's notice of supplemental motion for a new trial and memorandum of law in support of motion being ECF on March 21st, 2022. Yeah, so that was just, I guess, that was just her formal way of being able to introduce what we saw here tonight, y'all.
I don't think that that's fair.
You know what? You could tell she dirty, and so I got this up, y'all. So as soon as it comes in, we are going to be right on it. But I want to talk about what we just read. Like that is just like this bad act thing. Let me see what people in the chat saying. Let me, I like to read what some of them say too. So let's see what y'all are saying. Yeah, this is a motion from Bonjean. Let me see. I know my Diva's on too, right? I think Diva, she was reading this, probably reading something from Minnesota, something like that. Frankie and Johnny Golden Doodle says, Mr. Kelly will walk. Okay. Let me see. New trial from we have submitted today. He wouldn't have to be at trial if he kept his dirty hands off kids.
This is true.
Hello. Facts. There we go. Let me see here. Mr. Kelly will get a new trial. We'll see. Excessive STD evidence. You know what? That A2L, don't that stick out? Like, why is she so upset? Because the government was so precise and so on point when it came to presenting evidence about him giving these herpes to these girls. Now, here's the thing I did not see. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, Tanya.
Yes, please.
Did you see her deny that he had herpes?
No, I did not see any denial in there of anything.
I did not see. I didn't hear. I didn't even see her say, well, what she said is that his doctor or his physician presented evidence. She didn't say that, how they tried to bring up about this. Oh, well, the doctor said that he did not have herpes. No, what Bonjean did is she was saying, oh my gosh, he just did so much, that all they did was talk about his bad act evidence. And, and he herpes. He gave herpes to this girl and this girl and this girl and this girl and this girl. And this one shouldn't have been able to say nothing because, it was irrelevant. Like, it was just insane.
Why can't the prosecution cross their T's and dot their I's just because the defense didn't?
Exactly.
The defense showed up like they were late for school.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, that's not the prosecution's fault that they showed up late.
Right. Sam 1 said, and they said that you don't read the transcripts. What a joke. You read them all the time. And we really appreciate you and others for reading the transcript. Thank you, Sam 1. I appreciate you.
Transcript posse.
Transcript posse. I like that. Transcript crew in Atmosville, where we drop seeds of knowledge and we offer a slice of reality.
That's right.
Well, yeah, seeds of knowledge. I like that. Okay. Karen Johnson said Robert Kelly was just reckless and nasty, trying to give everyone possible herpes. I know that's right.
I feel like I'm going to catch herpes from that motion.
I know, right? Lady D said no proof of an enterprise. Didn't she see the drawing of the octopus? Right. Latrice B.
Right. The octopus.
The octopus. Latrice B said those lawyers set this up for failure from day one. Oh, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew they weren't going to win. So ineffective counsel was going to be the best chance of a mistrial. Shaking my head. You know what, Latrice B? Latrice B, I have heard that from many people that say that the defense purposely set this up to be chaos. And the way you kind of here's you know what? I'm going to give you evidence to where I can actually believe that argument right there. You have to look at how this thing all started off. You have to look at how Becker got up there and says, "You must find my client guilty." I mean, sorry.
Absolutely.
I mean, not guilty. Listen, no matter what side of the track you're on, whether you're on this side or you're on that side or you're in the middle, I think at that particular point, and Tanya, you can respond to this, but I think at that particular point, when his lawyer said, you should find my client guilty. I think everybody was like, what the, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I,
You're spot on. I mean, it's spot on. But even before that, too, if we go back even a little further,
okay.
let's talk about Greenberg. He is the first lawyer. Okay.
Mm.
He talked about R. Kelly never even married Aaliyah. Right? That was like his first interview. Then you had Anton come in and start that
Hold on,
whole mess.
hold on. Who said that? Greenberg said he never married Aaliyah?
Yeah. And
But
like one of the
then he
when he
came
first
back and
got him.
said she did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then you had Anton come in and start talking to YouTube, like coming on lives. What defense attorney does that?
Listen,
And then they quit.
Listen. All of the evidence that they were looking as if they didn't know what the hell they were doing.
Right.
As if they were looking like, oh my gosh, R. Kelly just went into like Legoland and just chose a couple of parents and said, hey, can you defend the case? And I didn't know what the hell they were doing, didn't know how to file things properly. Like, it's just crazy. Let me see what some of these folks are saying here. Miss Mo said these okay. What's up, Tom Bella? Hello. A2L underscore said, does the same judge respond to this new attorney or someone else? I believe it's the same judge.
Yeah, Atmos, I want to know your thoughts on what Donnelly's going to feel about this.
I think she is going. I think the word "bad act evidence" is going to drive her in freaking.
She needs to widen her vocabulary. That's been the first.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I honestly feel as though that Bonjean has been listening to these YouTube bloggers on the other side, listening to the other side, and formed a way to try to legally step in and say, bad act this, bad act that, bad act this, bad act that. Right?
Yeah. She's definitely. You can tell she's gotten a lot from the streets. She's got.
Well, yeah, she got a lot from the YouTube streets, right?
Yeah, so, she's definitely.
I'm so glad I caught this, even if I'm late. Yep, thanks for coming in, Marianne. Lady D said, I think Judge Donnelly is going to check her.
yes. I hope so.
Y'all know Judge Donnelly ain't no joke. She gonna, you ever heard of somebody checking somebody nice nasty?
Yes.
She gonna nice nasty check her.
She remember her with all her little snide remarks with Canic. She tried helping Canic. She tried.
I remember she said, I think it was something she said where Canic tried to say, oh, you know, I'm old, Judge, so I don't remember everything. She said, I'm older than you and I remember this.
She was smart. She's very smart.
Let me see what else they saying. I think it's going to check her. Yep, indeed. Karen J said, per SK, bad man lyrics. I'm a bad man. I'm not ashamed. Oh. Okay. I'm a queen said, Latrice B. I said the same thing. They set this up from the beginning. Indeed. Miss Mo said, what? Marianne said, oh, thanks for the clarity, Atmos. K-Love92 said, damn, I'm late. I'll catch the replay. Good night. Karen J said, per RSK, bad man lyrics. You see, really, I don't give a damn what you may think of me. That's right. You're a badass nigga. Oh gosh. Bad acts for a bad man. A2L said, bad act is the new herpes.
Yes.
That was flawless victory. Let me see here. Let me see. Oh, coprophilia is an excessive interest in feces. First, let me share something with y'all. Okay, let me share something with y'all. And I'm willing to put everything on what I'm saying. Now, y'all can say, Atmos, it's just your opinion, and that's fine. I can probably guarantee that not one of those young ladies who he forced to play in their feces and urine wanted to do that.
I don't think so.
and they're trying to, the way she's trying to spin it is if, oh, this is what they wanted to do. They enjoy doing this. So here's my question. I want to flip this now. I wonder if R. Kelly has ever done this same thing. Has he ever done this and said, this is how you do it?
I hope somebody there at the MDC is making him do it.
But hold on. Think about it. What does he do? Eat ass all the time, right? So he probably knows how, excuse my French, he knows how ass tastes. So he likes it. So he probably, this is some, let me move on, y'all. This is getting more disgusting. But I thought they said they didn't have any videos, right? McQueen. West Coast Bell said, hey, everybody, what's up? What's up, y'all? This is going to be, y'all listen, this is going to be a late night. We still are on government response watch. Let me check. Let me see. Hold on, y'all.
So that's to submit by midnight? Is that the deal?
Yep, 11:59. That's why I put this live as just open.
Yep.
I just put it as open. Hold on, let me see. Let me try Pacer. Let me run the report again. I just reran it. And so far, nope. This was about, last thing is about Bonjean. So we still waiting on the government. Hell, taking the government so long.
Well, now they're reading this bunch of malarkey.
Yeah. Sheesh. Okay, so government's not in yet, y'all. But let's go back over here. So let's see what else they're saying. James Harris said, using boo-boo for sexual pleasure. That is sick. Yeah, it is. James, some loves boo-boo. What's up, D. Michelle? What's going on? Okay, y'all put the ones in the chat. How about a bad motion? Love is
yes. That's what I'm saying.
Karen J said, wow. So all the fans that were there missed the video.
Every single one.
Yes. Every blogger that said that they were there. All the bloggers that said, we were there. We were there. There was no video shown. We were there. Really? Doris McGee came in and said, I apologize for being late, but I am number 31 in like. Well, thank you, Doris McGill. I appreciate you.
Hit the like button.
Yeah. I appreciate y'all hitting that like button. I do appreciate y'all doing that. Y'all doing a great job. Thank you. Karen J said the subs paid them to report daily on the court case, and they didn't share they had videos. They did not share that. The subs paid them to report daily on the court case, and they didn't share they had video. You know what, Karen J? You absolutely freaking right. They did not. They purposely, every single blogger that was there, every single one that was there, did not keep it real, saying that there was videos, including Hollywood Next, Dana J. Yeah, we calling names because y'all was there, and none of y'all came out and said, yes, y'all, they do have video evidence. Like, that's a shame on y'all. That's shame on y'all for doing that. Shouldn't mislead your people like that.
Shame.
Okay.
Shame.
Tammy Becker said, I'll be watching the rerun again. Just got notification. Bad action for a bad man. James Harris says, and all those fans who have been saying for months that there was no videos and the transcripts are not real, their hero, Bonjean, has proven them wrong.
I'm dead.
Wow. Look at James Harris with the comment of the night. Absolutely. I told you all, the prosecution going to make them wait. And they're making us wait too. Sam wants to James Harris, you're absolutely right. Huh?
I said, don't the prosecution have any feelings for us?
I know they don't care. Like they should be looking like, damn, y'all. We know Atmos got to go on to work in the morning, but they already know. They probably like, well, he went early anyway. So Bonjean did us a favor by making Atmos go live earlier than what he was gonna go. But it's all good. Sam Wan said, James Harris, you're absolutely right. So let's see what the other side thinks. Yes, I can't wait, y'all. She puts it out for the fans to discuss and to gain public opinion to help her client. She's doing her job. Karen J, you're absolutely right. Correct. She is doing her job. That's true. James Harris said, I'm on the show. I'm on the slow side. But didn't Bonjean admit Kelly do have herpes? Yes, she did.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's what we were just talking about, James Harris. And you're not on the slow bus. You're not on the slow side, brother. She pretty much admitted, Bonjean admitted tonight in this motion that R. Kelly, that these are her exact words, that the physician submitted evidence to support that R. Kelly had herpes.
So that the
came out tonight.
prosecution didn't have to go further and bring this witness and that witness. The physician proved it.
The physician proved it. Where is Mr. Kelly walking to, sir? Around his cell. That's the only place he's walking into the courtroom to hear once again guilty on all charges. Karen J says she didn't say he didn't have it. Okay, we all on the same page there. We all on the same page. A2L_1908 says she acted like she was offended by his diagnosis being made public. Right. Absolutely. Black Diamond in the house. What's up, Black Diamond? How you doing? James Harris said the only home Kelly is going to is Chicago jail for his next conviction.
That's what I'm saying.
Love is Fair said one of his dumb supporters say he had chicken pox. Oh, gosh. Oh, my freaking.
That's what they would say over there. You know, we love them, but you know.
We love them. Yeah, we got to love them, right? The lawyers, said they failed at
That's
the
what
strategy.
I wanted to tell you about, Atmos. The lawyers Sorry, go ahead.
Who is the lawyers said
That's
what
that
now?
one I sent you.
Okay.
That link, the video for that lawyer.
Yeah.
He's been doing he followed the trial, but he didn't have the transcripts.
Okay.
But
is he an actual lawyer?
He's an actual lawyer. Yeah, he has the name of his page is The Lawyer You Know. He is a Florida lawyer. But he was a fan of R. Kelly's back in the day, just like all of us. And now he's followed him through the coverage all these years, and now, but he's a defense attorney, so even though he believes that R. Kelly is guilty beyond, but at the same time, he will throw out, oh, the defense should have objected here. Oh, why did they let this in? Or the prosecution, they might say that they're piling things on, like just like all the things we're saying, but to get it from like his perspective, knowing the law. Diva goes on his channel too.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah. So
all
she
right.
knows about him.
I'm a Queen Newton said yes. Greenberg said J-Bo was coming in on his team for Chicago. All right. Nari Wright is in the building. What's up, Nari? Nari said, and Jennifer Ben submitted her motions. She said today was a supplement motion. Look it up what it is. Miss Adrian in the building. What's up, Miss Adrian? Miss Adrian said she's saying it's overkill, but wasn't he charged for each victim separately? Also, didn't the jury find it to be an enterprise? Yeah.
Yep.
They did. And the way the government wrapped it out and laid it out and separated it and put it on a nice spread with some celery, some carrots, and they laid it out perfectly for them. I'm not sure why they're not eating it. You know what I'm saying? It's right there. Nari Wright said, Robert is coming home. Give it some time. So for all the MFers who believe he not innocent, and to those old ass Aaliyah rumors and the TV show MF can talk y'all out y'all money. All right. James Harris said, NW, where did Bonjean deny Kelly having any herpes? Right.
Where did she didn't deny anything?
She didn't deny it at all. Well, you know why she couldn't deny it, right? Because she can't prove he don't.
Right.
Just saying. Let me see. James Harris said, NW, you believe in miracles. Indigo said, hey, Indigo said, NW, where did Bonjean say there were not any videos? She didn't say that at all. Love is Fair said, NW, I'll give it time. I'll give it 50. Yeah. Y'all silly. I'm a Queen Newton said, NW, it's all RK supporters that's spending their money. Let me see. Indigo said RSK going to walk from jail to prison. You're going to prison. West Coast Bell says it amazes me that people still believe he's innocent. Yeah, they gonna do
It
that.
boggles my mind for real.
Lady of Leisure said it was a setup from the beginning. Yeah, it looks like it. D Michelle, what's going on? How you doing? No updates. R. Kelly Jr. said you hating on Uncle Rob. We not hating on him. We just reading the paperwork. Bonjean, I was hoping. Well, no, let me not say hoping. Well, I'm gonna say that. Yeah, I was hoping that Bonjean would come out a lot stronger and be able to try to fight against the evidence that's been put up against this man. But she didn't. She simply said, his physician did present evidence that he gave herpes to all these girls, but you know what I mean?
R. Kelly's making her work a little harder than Bill Cosby did with his technicality.
West Coast Bell
See that
said
happening this time.
the Dookie King. Indigo said Bonjean proved RSK is disgusting. Well, y'all, hold on. Let's say it correct. He's full of bad act behaviors. Somebody put in hashtag bad act behaviors in the chat. Indigo said they did no show. They did no show the spectators video. The jury watched them. Let me check y'all to see if the government sent their response. Let's see. We are on the government response watch tonight, y'all. Let me see. Nope. Not yet. Okay. Let me continue here. Let's see. James Harris says, R. Kelly Jr., we just keeping it real. That's all we doing. R. Kelly Jr., grow up. Nicole Given said the defense didn't dispute the videos. So that confirmed there were videos. Yes.
And just because they didn't show them in the courtroom, we all know that from the transcripts that the jury watched them.
What? I had someone, believe it or not, Tanya, I was on another blogger's channel, and someone said they were in the courtroom and said that there were no videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Then the same person said, well, we saw the videos in the courtroom, but it didn't show any sexual activity on them.
Why would they show them then? That's the whole point.
I was like, first of all,
were they showing like them playing with the dog in the yard? Like, what was the video?
Yeah, they were flying a kite or something. So I challenged this person. I said, so you mean to tell me that you saw the video in court? And they said, yes, I was there. I saw the videos. We all saw the videos. I said, well, that's a damn lie, because the only ones that were able to actually see the video and hear the video were the lawyers and the jury. And that is it. R. Kelly had his headphones and decided to not wear them. He couldn't bear listen or want to hear exactly what he had done. He couldn't bear it. Okay, so let's move on. 1, 2, 3, go get more police reports. I walked the streets of Chicago by myself. Oh boy. Okay. All right. 30 rounds. Okay. Indigo said 1, 2, 3. Don't give a fuck. Oh gosh. That wasn't
that
Uncle
R.
Rob.
Kelly Jr. picture the last time?
Yeah, it was. Somebody said that wasn't Uncle Rob on the video. It was Levi. Gosh.
Jesus.
Y'all know. Somebody dropped some bombs in here. Karen J cracking up. San Juan said, LOL. She sure did say that. Look. Boom, Mr. James Harris. Somebody said Nari a real kill stepper. Indeed. Karen J said Bonjean is telling the world, don't believe the YouTube super fans that report on this case. Pretty much. All right. Flim Flam. Hi, Flim Flam. Flim Flam said only the jury saw the videos. The public did not see the videos, so nobody lied. Y'all listen.
There were still videos.
Listen. So Flim Flam said only the jury saw the videos. Okay, pause. But I thought there were no videos for the jury to see.
If the public didn't see it, Atmos, it didn't happen.
Right, because we're in the court of public opinion.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So if the public didn't see it and the public didn't, I got you. I get it now. Okay. Okay. The public did not see the video, so nobody lied. Right. Flim Flam said consensual sex is not a crime.
Jesus, I just want to knock my head against a wall sometimes.
Okay. 123 said just give it some time. Okay. Flim Flam sleeping with minors is a crime. Indeed.
Thank you, James Harris.
All right, that wasn't Uncle Rob. That was his play cousin. The Enterprise puts in the work. Okay. Indigo said jury did convict him of running the Enterprise. Indeed. Karen J said, does Robert own a home? Own a home to go to? Right. Flim Flam said, James Harris, the uncharged acts are irrelevant. The video showed adults. There was no crime. Flim Flam. Oh
my gosh.
1, 2, 3 informants. Flim Flam. You can't be serious. Just that name, Flim Flam, just shows that it's somebody who just really is like just flipping and flamming all over the place, right? Good grief. Let me see here. Karen J said RSK supporters chases rats in Chicago and record the excitement of seeing them. Good grief. Flim Flam said R. Kelly did not commit crimes. There is a difference between sin and crime. Oh, poor baby.
Oh, maybe R. Kelly just has to say I'm sorry.
Oh, Flim Flam. So if he just says I'm sorry, are we gonna forgive him?
He could really read 3 Hail Marys and be forgiven.
Wow. Oh man, Flim Flam. Y'all put some hearts in the chat for Flim Flam. Like I feel bad. Flim Flam, you having a rough time with this now, aren't you? You having a real rough time with this. You know what? That's okay. We fair over here. All right, who we say? India. What up, Sean Barron? What's up, bro? What's going on? Sam Wan said, no hate from any of us on Atmos channel. It's fair on both sides. Yeah, I'm fair to both sides. Karen, laws ain't disrespectful. They cool. Indigo forever. Bad at behaviors. Thank you, Indigo. Yep, no update yet. Nope. James Harris said Flim Flam. Well, 12 juries said guilty times 9. Oh, Flim Flam said the women were willing to do whatever he wanted for money. There were no victims. Free arc. Wow. So here's my question, Flim Flam. There were no victims. So Faith didn't ask him for no money. Faith didn't need no money from him. Her family had money. She said she had money, but he still gave her herpes. So are you saying that there was no victim? She wasn't a victim of getting herpes from him? Really? Right. Yeah. Okay. Shawty said, Bonjean said John Doe and Dominique was in a zombie-like state in one of the videos. Wow. Bonjean,
what video? There's no video.
Yeah, there's no videos out there. Right. What are we talking about videos? Jeez. Really? Bonjean said that John Doe and Dominique was in a zombie-like state in one of the videos. That's crazy. Flim Flam said he was not charged with videos.
Who is this person?
Whoever it is.
I love this person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're having fun tonight, I see. I do not understand why the supporters care about our opinion. Well, yeah, I know. We're just reading the paperwork. That's it. It was infamous in her delusions.
Can you wait? Say it in infamous
that
voice.
Said to do it in her voice, Atmos. Oh gosh, y'all are.
I didn't even read that part, and I said for you to say it in her voice.
Oh, on which part? What is she? On the what part you talking about?
Just say her voice. I love when you do her voice.
Oh my gosh! Y'all.
You gotta read the note. Read the message in her voice.
Just read the message. Oh, that lady she just drives
bad act evidence in her voice.
Okay, guys, here we go, guys. They're trying to say that R. Kelly had bad act evidence, guys. Okay, he didn't have bad act evidence. He just sinned. He did not commit any crimes,
Oh,
guys.
I love it.
He just sinned. He did not commit any crimes. Oh gosh. So D. Michelle said, man, wait on the videos that he took with Rashonda Landfan as a minor in the
Yeah.
Flim Flam. I hope you got your seatbelt on and you got your pacifier, because you're gonna need a lot of hugs and tissues and all that, because when this Chicago case hit, Flim Flam said the videos were not illegal and they shouldn't have been permitted.
What?
Oh my gosh.
I could tell Flim Flam's been to law school.
Yeah, right. The law school at Legoland. Really? Love is Fair said they still don't believe R. Kelly married Aaliyah. I don't.
It's so facts.
Love is Fair. How can they not, like, their own lawyer said that he married her. Greenberg said he married Aaliyah.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Yeah. They had the pastor there that married them.
And he signed a non-disclosure agreement.
And here's another thing. R. Kelly admitted that he married her because he said it was a publicity stunt.
Oh, right. You're right. That's facts.
Really? Okay. But he didn't marry her. Y'all really should utilize your energy convincing public opinions in jurisdictions where the next trials will be in front of us. It's probably a great idea. Yep. Glamour Queen says, I had to come out the bushes to say I am an R. Kelly supporter and Nyree is the biggest embarrassment in this sector. Okay.
Moving on.
Jennifer, who says that other than Dubowski and his followers? Right. Thanks, Glamour. Oh, gosh. T Mac Mill. What's up, T Mac Mill? How you doing? Public opinion is not public opinion is not the law. There you go. They had some of them crazy chants over there, y'all. Jennifer said, hey, Doris McGill said, Flim Flam, sit down. Go to the corner, Flim Flam. Nicole Gibbons said, even if the public saw the videos, the supporters would say the victims wanted to be filmed, so his supporters will always make excuses for an abuser. Nicole Gibbons, you are absolutely correct. Absolutely. Oh, they put some hearts in here for Flim Flam. That was so nice of them. We love Flim Flam over here. Thank you, Flim Flam. All right. Charlotte McAdams said, why would they want to look at videos if it had of age adults? Okay. T Matt said, wow. Lady D said, Flim Flam, hearts, woo, 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 Sinclair voice. Oh my gosh. Flim Flam said, Faith is suing. Faith is a grown woman who flew out. Doris McGill said, Flim Flam needs to be on a sick and shut in list. hold him up in prayer, saints.
You need to invite him to Sunday.
Flim Flam, come on this channel, not on this channel, but go to This Blessed House Ministries on Sundays and come in, and I promise you, God will give you a word, and you'll have a place where you can go where people can pray for you and pray with you. And we're going to stand in the gap for you, Flim Flam, because I really believe that you're going to have a hard time in Chicago, my friend. So you're going to need a support system. And I want you to know that we over here, OCOV and friends and family, we here for you. We here for you, okay?
We got you, Flim.
We got you, Flim. All right. Once y'all got a bunch of laughing faces in here. Thank you for the voice atmosphere. Y'all silly. Rashana will get torn. Oh, Flim
Oh,
Flam said
Flim.
Rashana will get torn apart on the stand. Her family hung out with Rob after the trial.
Flim Flam. She was 14. There is nothing to tear her apart about.
Flim, you know what? Flim Flam. Hit the link, Flim Flam. Hit the link. You got a lot to say. Hit the link, Flim Flam. On this channel, I'm very fair. I allow y'all to speak. I done had R. Kelly supporters on here. But hit the link, Flim Flam. It's pinned to the top. You don't gotta show your face. You only gotta say your real name. Hit the link and speak your mind, Flim Flam. How Miss Angie said, hit that funky ass link. I didn't drop the link. Hit the link. Hit the link, god damn it. No, I'm just playing. All right, here we go. Karen J said, well, cousin Levi said his 50 essay paper gonna be probably. Flim Flam said Indigo. Then why isn't Charlie Sheen not charged with spreading hate? We not talking about no Charlie Sheen.
That's not the topic.
Yeah, we ain't talking about Charlie Sheen.
He's a whole nother disaster.
What up, Sharice? How you doing? Thanks for listening in. Flim Flam said Aaliyah was 30 years old. Moving along.
Just breathe out, man.
Somebody said Flim Flam. Okay. Black Diamond said R. Kelly fans are delusional. T-Mac said Flim Flam needs to fling on how to heal with that crap. James Harris said Flim Flam going to live at the liquor store trying to overcome Kelly's sentences. Oh my gosh. Your arguments are all flawed, Flim Flam. Oh, Flim Flam is going to be famous after the night. Love is fast at Flim Flam. You just playing right. You just playing right. Flim Flam, ask Charlie Sheen. Maybe he hold his partners first. Oh, wow. Toon said facts. Hey, R. Kelly. Where were the parents? Here we go. D. Michelle.
You knew it had to come.
It's coming. Yep. Okay. If Uncle Rob go down, they all go down. I know that's Debo. Debo is in the Chizat. How old was John Doe in the video? 17. 17. Yep. And one of them, I think they said, I think they were both 17 in the video. One, I know one for sure was 17. Richard Arline was 17 when R. Kelly brought him to that gym and had allegedly Joycelyn come out from under the cage, under the boxing ring with a leash on, and walked her over to him on all fours and had him suck his thing. And R. Kelly nasty ass did it to the little boy too. That's crazy as hell. Matter of fact, R. Kelly did it first.
Right.
Got on his all fours and bent down and sucked the little boy thing, the minor 17-year-old little boy. And then the Arline wasn't getting hard, and he was like, I just don't like it. I'm not into it. And he said, oh, well, I know what you're like. And then he went over and got, I guess he snapped his fingers or whatever he did and went over and got Joycelyn from under the ring. I wonder how long she was under that damn boxing ring. Now I think about it. What the hell? What kind? Okay. Anyway. Waiting on a lifetime check. Oh boy, R. Kelly. I ain't gonna read that on Prima Donna. I ain't gonna read that. One man ain't no enterprise. The government keep on telling lies. Atmos, what up, Quay? What up? Yeah. Please don't be rude. Yeah, hit the link, Flim Flam. The hell? San Juan said, LOL, that was funny. Karen J, lay off my cousin. Stay on task. Right. Let me see. Okay, I think y'all, hold on, 30 years ago. What's your point? She's on the tapes too. Right. Volunteers are not victims. I speak facts. Okay, yeah, but you won't hit the link. Um, she married him at 15. Exactly. Scam fram. Scam flam. Scram flam.
Tim.
Flim Flam needs Jesus, indeed. Crawling on his knees and gave up some head. Ain't that crazy, y'all?
Mm,
Oops. Didn't mean to hide Flim. Yeah, Flim Flam. Ate you a John Doe? Okay, Flim Flam said Joycelyn is younger than Richard. Uh what? Is younger than Richard? How could she be in a room when Richard was 17? That man lied.
what?
Yeah, you are very confused, Flim Flam. You are very, very confused because Joycelyn was actually old enough. She was actually an adult when R. Kelly met her. She wasn't a minor. She was 19, I believe.
No, you're right.
Okay.
She was in college.
She was in college right here in Atlanta.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Lady D said, Flim Flam, but underage girls and boys are facts. Let me see. Flim Flam, are you John Doe? Hey, what's up, T-Band One? What's going on, Lady D? He was not charged with boys. Oh gosh. Oh,
I must have hit myself in the head 10 times already.
I guess so, right. I hope R. Kelly gets some counseling while he's sitting behind those bars. He better, or you know what? If he don't get counseling, then he needs to tell the counselor to go to each one of these states and talk to his supporters and these bloggers. Because if he ain't gonna take the counseling, at least give it to somebody. Don't waste the opportunity. Okay. Let me see. It's the delusion for me. Indigo, go get a police report. One man ain't no enterprise. 30 rounds. Give it some time. All right, y'all. Let me see if it's out. Uh-oh. Hold on. Somebody posted that it's in. Let me check.
Oh, good, because it's 11.
Yeah, let me check. Let me run a report.
Excited. Nervous.
I know. Let me check us somewhere else. I don't see it in Pacer. Let me check over here on this one. Hold on. Let me refresh this. I'm refreshing the page.
No.
Government has not released it yet, so no, it's not out yet. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, y'all. Dirty game, ain't it? Jump in, let's chat. Yeah, watch official government's response. Yeah, they didn't do it yet. So tell me honestly how you're feeling, Tanya. And listen to some of these people that have so much to say about R. Kelly and all this kind of stuff. Listen, you're more than welcome to hit the link. You can hit the link. It's posted at the top. If you want to come in and speak your mind, you're more than welcome to do that on this channel. Nicole Givens said R. Kelly will never get counseling. He thinks he is okay, and that is why he didn't plea. After all those videos, he thinks he is okay. Hey, Quasia, good vibes. Yeah, man. Listen, y'all. Here's the bottom line. Okay, here's the bottom line. Until R. Kelly takes responsibility for what he's done, the fact that he has not, and I don't know if it's an option yet or not. I want to let more astute legal minds prevail, but the fact that he isn't screaming for a freaking plea deal for this Chicago thing, it blows my mind at how arrogant and how narcissistic he really is. Like the New York thing should be enough for him to say, you know what, ain't no way in hell I'm about to sit through watching all these damn videos where I know and everybody else know it's me on that video with that little 14-year-old girl, 14 or 15. Whether she's 14 or 15,
it don't matter.
It don't matter. She was under 17 years
and
old.
he was like 30 something.
Exactly. Exactly. Flim Flam ain't gonna hit that damn link. Flim Flam just in here trolling. But we gave Flim Flam their shine for the night. We gave them their shine for the night. So let me see. We are hour 24 in. It's 11:14. We are on the government response watch. Okay. So what I want to do is let me see.
I just want to see them tear that motion to shreds.
Oh yeah. Oh, they will. They will. It's definitely interesting. Now, here's what I do want to do. I want to kind of go back in here because I saw something, and I want to just make sure that we are all on the same page here. Because let me see here. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Government doc. There we go. Let me open this up and let me just go back a little bit because I want to make sure that they understand. Let me share screen, boom, and boom. Here we go. So let's go back up a little bit, and I want to get back into. Let me see here. So the part that blows my mind right here is that where Bonjean says, but that is not all. The defendant was denied effective assistance of counsel when his attorneys failed to file adequate pretrial objections to the introduction of the mass of overtly prejudicial propensity evidence and routinely failed to lodge timely objections to some, although not all, of the damning bad act evidence. So pretty much she's saying he had a bunch of freaking idiots.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying. But her saying that they were the defendant was denied effective. So if she's saying that he was denied effective assistance of counsel, then she's saying he was denied effective. Now, who chose his lawyers for him?
He did.
Okay, so how can he be denied of something that he chose?
That's what I want to know. I can't imagine that any. I don't know. I don't understand how this can be a strategy. To me, it's a strategy, but it should be a legal strategy. It should be illegal, right? For
yeah,
well-paid, high-profile attorneys to do a shitty job on purpose.
Right.
Sorry for cursing.
No, it's good.
It's
it's 11. It's late. You can go ahead and say what you guys want to say.
It just seems. It just, I don't know. I don't even have words for it because it's so frustrating. Like, regardless, they can try and be idiots to him, and then he can go file his, claim his Sixth Amendment.
Listen, right? That's my simple question, though. So let me read this one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Matter of fact, I'm gonna say. Let me see. So let's. Good gosh. Let me just read this introduction one more time.
Yes, please do that.
It says the defendant's trial was engulfed. Now, if you know what engulfed means, engulfed is kind of like a flame, right? It's kind of like if you engulf something, it is in the middle and it is covered, like fully covered
everywhere, like just
everywhere,
overabundance.
Inside, outside, overabundance, engulfed by irrelevant and excessive bad character evidence. So she is trying to make this whole case, the whole trial, saying that he was engulfed by irrelevant. What part of the evidence was irrelevant in this case?
So, like, that's kind of like her saying that not only was his attorney shitty, but that the prosecution was just being frivolous and just throwing things against the wall like she did in the other motion to hope that it would be enough to get the jury to believe.
Right.
But and then she's turning on the jury because the jury is smart enough to know.
Yeah, well, the jury had very specific questions that they had to answer.
Right.
Now, they had a lot of different questions. So even when we were reading through her first motion, where we saw some of the juror answers to some of the questions, and we were just like, you know what? That's crazy as hell that the defense would not say, hey, I don't want this juror in here, especially the one juror who said that they had an issue with someone who sleeps with minors or underage. Like that should have been right there. Somebody was like, oh no, get the hell out of here, right? But as we understand now that that juror was still allowed to be on the jury, which means they probably answered some other questions that led them more towards being on a neutral side, saying that they could effectively listen to the case and give a fair judgment.
Right, because they obviously she's not going to put in all that part. She's only going to put in the part that looks bad.
Exactly. So let me continue reading this.
Yeah.
Excessive bad character evidence that added little to the jury's assessment. Wow. So she's saying that the evidence that was presented added little to the jury's assessment of whether the defendant committed the charged offenses. Now, hold on.
That's kind of...
Isn't that contradictory?
Yeah.
Because in one moment you're saying that he was that they brought a whole bunch of non-charged acts that tainted the jury, and now you're saying that this evidence was the charged offenses were irrelevant and excessively bad character. So you just saying that the whole damn trial was trash. You trying to say that all of the evidence that was presented was irrelevant and excessive examples of bad character evidence.
See, like,
let's continue. Mm-hmm. Indeed, the 6-week trial was comprised overwhelmingly of uncharged bad act evidence that served no legitimate evidentiary purpose. So in one part of her introduction, she says, indeed, the 6-week trial was comprised overwhelmingly of uncharged bad act evidence. And then in the beginning, she says that the defense trial was engulfed by irrelevant and excessive bad character evidence that added little to the jury's assessment of whether the defendant committed the charged offense. I'm confused as all hell.
She's just using words, all kinds of words.
She's all over the doggone place. Yep. She's all over the place. Let me continue. It says here, bad act evidence that served no legitimate evidentiary purpose. With the court's blessing. Ooh. The government.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
You see that? With the court's blessing. So
Donnelly's trying to say, kick her butt.
Yeah, she's trying to say, oh, well, the court was biased.
Mm-hmm.
The court was on the government side. It was so unfair.
But really, that would mean that the court was on the defendant's side, because the defendant's lawyers threw the case on purpose so they could do this.
I know you remember, because you were reading with me. Mm-hmm. Do you remember all the times that Judge Don Annaly kept saying, whoa, what, you sure you want to do this?
Are you sure you don't want to object right now?
Yeah, you're going to hurt your own client by doing this. Yeah. And they thinking to themselves like,
why don't you come up here and have a sidebar?
Yeah. You know what? Sidebar. Right?
What are you doing, Kanik? Come on.
Yeah, what are you doing? I remember at one time she told him, I know you. You're a much more intelligent attorney than what you're doing right now.
And what about the Curcio hearing? We just read that. Remember? Mm-hmm. How many chances she gave him to say that your lawyer sucks, you need to fire her? Like, right. She gave him like 30 times. She was like, are you sure you understand?
Yeah, are you sure you understand? I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna ask you in Spanish. I'm gonna ask you in Japanese. I'm gonna ask you in Korean until I want to make sure you understand every single language that I am suggesting that you do not go forward with this lawyer. And what R. Kelly say? I understand.
I understand.
I get it.
I still want her.
She can't say nothing for me. When Jane Doe get up there, right? Yeah. I get it. Okay. Moving on. Shit. So it says here, with the court's blessings, the government subjected the jury to a mass and repugnant conduct for the primary purpose of depicting the defendant as a contemptible sexual deviant. So she's trying to say that the court blessed and allowed the government to subject the jury to a mass repugnant conduct.
She knows a lot of adjectives.
She does. Of the primary purpose of depicting. So she's trying to say that the court allowed the government to submit a whole bunch of crap that depicted or exemplified or showed R. Kelly in such a bad, horrible, mean, contemptible, sexual, deviant, devil, evil guy, right?
Yep.
It says the government
did that.
Yeah. It says that the government defended the introduction of the evidence as relevant to the means and methods of the enterprise, with nary a word of 403 considerations. For reasons argued in the defendant's Rule 29 motion, the government's evidence of an enterprise was insufficient as a matter of law. This case was not about an enterprise. It was about the conduct of one man who the government sought to punish for his alleged history of mistreating women. As such, the mountain of bad act evidence, that's the first time we see bad act evidence, offered in this prosecution was nothing more than an inadmissible propensity evidence, because the defendant was forced to defend against dozens of uncharged claims of abusive and sexual misbehavior, much of it lawful, albeit unpalatable for some. So she's trying to say, well, everything that he did, although, it wasn't, approved, or everyone didn't like it, it was legal. It was lawful. The defendant was stripped of the presumption of innocence and denied a fair trial. He was not stripped of something that he was proven to have been guilty of. I mean,
she's talking in circles, I feel like.
Man, listen. Let me see. But that is not all. The defendant was denied effective assistance of counsel when his attorneys failed to file adequate pretrial objections to the introduction of the mass of overtly prejudicial propensity evidence, and routinely. Now, you got to look at the words that she uses.
Mm-hmm.
Her words are denied effective assistance of counsel when his attorneys failed to file adequate pretrial objections to the introduction of the mass of overtly prejudicial propensity evidence, and routinely. Routinely means it's a consistent thing. Consistency. Routinely failed to lodge timely objections to some, although not all, of the damning bad act evidence. In sum, the defendant's trial was little more than a reenactment. Now hear this out, Tanya.
I'm hearing it.
Bonjean said, Bonjean's words are, in sum, the defendant's trial was little more than a reenactment of the one-sided docuseries Surviving R. Kelly. That is so far from the truth.
That is, excuse me, so
You
far.
right? Get you something to drink.
I know.
I'll wait. Go ahead, grab you something if you need to.
Okay.
Y'all, Bonjean is saying that R. Kelly's trial was little more than a reenactment of the one-sided docuseries Surviving R. Kelly, which several of the jurors had viewed before stepping into the courtroom. It is a wonder that the government did not simply offer the docuseries into evidence.
I can't believe she said that.
I can't believe she said that too, because this is
and you know them over there are gonna run with that.
Oh my God. They are licking their chops.
Yep.
Oh, they
We're
are so
never gonna let
excited.
that down.
Because guess what? Tanya.
Yes.
These are the same things they say on their channels every day.
Exactly. 1,000,000%. That's what I mean. She's like living in their streets, just like Anton was.
Mm-hmm.
She's just not saying nothing.
It says here, it is a wonder that the government did not simply offer the docuseries into evidence. With this backdrop, the defendant was powerless to defend the charged offenses, for which there were viable, even winning defenses. Pause.
Wow.
Did you see what I just read?
I did, and
she said the defendant was powerless to defend against the charged offenses, for which there were viable, even winning defenses. The defendant was denied his constitutional guarantee of a fair trial, where the jury heard excessive, minimally probative evidence of contemptible conduct that was introduced solely to inflame the passions of the jury and punish the defendant for decades of unchecked bad behavior. Unbelievable.
Now, this is why I wanted you to see that guy I was telling you about, that channel, because he does like a 10, I don't know, it's like 10 or 15-minute video with it's the lawyer, and then the dad is also a lawyer. They have a practice.
Oh, really?
And the father, he's actually done racketeering charges, like cases, and he says flat out that they're not going to win. They're not going to win. Like they pull it apart, and they're like, even with what she's saying and whatnot, he sees it very unlikely that he would win a new trial or definitely not win an acquittal.
Hold on, let me see something. I'm wondering if I play their stuff, would they strike me?
I don't think so.
Let's see. Let's see here.
Especially because we're promoting their channel.
Yeah. Now this is was this the third? Was it the last video you sent me? Lawyer reacts R. Kelly seeks acquittal part 3.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
That's the one. Let me see something. We are still on watch, y'all. Let me check and see if it came in yet. Let me check before I okay, so this is like a 43-minute video.
But you just have to see, like, you could skip parts.
Yeah, but you know, okay, so they were reading, like he was reading the paperwork. They read
a bunch of it.
Okay, let me do this right quick.
Actually, go to the one after that one. It's like only 15 minutes. Because that's the end of it, because they did a part, whatever.
Let me check Pacer real quick.
Yeah.
Let me run my report, and let me see. Oh, shit. I got it.
Yeah?
Here it is. Okay, y'all. Here we go. It's here.
Later.
Yeah. It's finally here. So let me stop sharing this and let me share this, y'all. Here is the government's response We've been waiting on this. Hope y'all ready. Got your popcorn, and y'all are ready to go. It is here. Let's go. If you're ready for us to read the government's response, put a 1 in the chat. Matter of fact, no, put watermelons in the doggone chat if you're ready to hear the government's response. I want to see watermelons in the chat, please.
I meant to tell you earlier. I like your shirt, Atmos.
Thank you very much. It says I like watermelons and maybe 3 other people.
Oh, is that what it says on the bottom? Oh, I even love it even more now.
Yep. All right, y'all. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, United States District Court, Eastern District of New York, the government's response to defendant's motion for a new trial. Can you see this? Can you see it, Tanya?
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure I got everything up. Everybody can see it. Okay. All right. Watermelon's perfect. Here we go. The government's response to the defendant's motion for a new trial pursuant to Rule 33 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. This was Breon Peace, United States Attorney, Eastern District of New York. And this was Elizabeth Geddes, Nadia Shahida, Maria Cruz Melendez, Assistant U.S. Attorneys. Okay, y'all, let's get it. Table of contents, introduction, applicable law. The defendant was not denied effective counsel during voir dire. Relevant background, legal standards. So let's go ahead and get straight through to this, y'all. We're gonna get straight through. We know the table of contents. Let's just get straight to it. Let me get past all this kind of stuff. Okay, here we go. Introduction. The defendant seeks a new trial pursuant to Rule 33 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, Rule 33. As a result of his conviction on September 27th, 2021, of 9 counts charging racketeering and multiple violations of the Mann Act, in his motion and supporting memorandum, the defendant argues that he, number 1, was denied effective assistance of counsel because his trial attorneys failed to conduct a meaningful voir dire of potential jurors and challenge unqualified jurors. And number 2, was denied conflict-free counsel under the 6th Amendment because one of his attorneys simultaneously represented the victim who testified at trial under the pseudonym Jane. See, generally, let me see. For the reasons set below, the court should deny the motion in its entirety. Applicable law. Rule 33 provides that the court may grant a defendant's motion for a new trial if the interest of justice so requires. However, motions for a new trial are disfavored in this circuit, and the standard for granting such a motion is strict. So it has some case law here. Accordingly, courts must exercise their Rule 33 authority sparingly and only in the most extraordinary circumstances. More case law. Number 2, the defendant was not denied effective assistance of counsel during voir dire. The defendant asserts that he is entitled to a new trial where his trial team conducted no meaningful voir dire and acquiesced to the seating of jurors who were unqualified to serve on this jury. Amendment 1, this claim lacks all merit. A, relevant background. In order to facilitate jury selection in this case, approximately 575 prospective jurors completed a comprehensive 28-page questionnaire comprising of 108 questions. So y'all remember that. It was 575 jurors. 575 jurors that went through that completed a comprehensive 28-page questionnaire comprised of 108 questions. Okay. The court then invited the parties to submit challenges to any prospective jurors based on their questionnaire responses. The parties thereafter submitted a joint list. So they gave them a chance where they said the parties thereafter submitted a joint list of 251 prospective jurors they agreed should be stricken for cause. ECF, okay, 152 and 157. In addition to the agreed upon 4 clause challenges, the government submitted a list of 34 additional prospective jurors it challenged for cause for various reasons, and the defendant submitted a list of 145 additional prospective jurors he challenged for cause for various reasons. The court then directed the remaining prospective jurors who were not challenged for cause by either party based on their questionnaires to appear for an in-person voir dire. Over the course of 2 days, the court conducted in-person voir dire in 2 phases. During the first phase, the court addressed the prospective jurors in a group setting, advised them of multiple principles of law, including the burden of proof, the defendant's presumption of innocence, and the need to follow the court's instructions. During the second phase, the court spoke with the remaining prospective jurors individually outside the presence of the other prospective jurors, making further inquiries of each prospective juror, including posing additional follow-up questions submitted by parties in writing and orally during the voir dire. Now, during the in-person voir dire, the court excluded approximately 34 prospective jurors for cause for various reasons, including scheduling conflicts, English comprehension issues, financial hardship, and concerns about prospective jurors' impartiality. So all these things were like set up. At the voir dire was references to the transcript of voir dire in this case are cited. Says complete the parties exercised for peremptory challenges from the pool of qualified prospective jurors. The court subsequently seated and swore 12 jurors and 5 alternate jurors to hear the case. Following the close of evidence and the court's final instructions, the 12 jurors deliberated, ultimately finding that the defendant was guilty on all 9 counts in the third superseding indictment. With respect to count 1, which charged the defendant with racketeering, the jury found all racketeering acts except racketeering acts 3 and 4 had been proven by the government. None of the alternate jurors were called on to deliberate. You want to read legal standard?
Sure. Legal standard. A defendant who attacks his conviction based on claims of ineffective assistance of counsel must, 1, show that counsel's performance fell below an objective standard of reasonableness under prevailing professional norms, and 2, affirmatively prove prejudice. Demonstrate that there is a reasonable probability that, but for counsel's unprofessional errors, the result of the proceeding would have been different. Case law. Under the Strickland standard, a petitioner must establish both 1, that counsel made errors so serious that defendant was deprived of reasonably competent representation, and 2, that counsel's deficient performance prejudiced the defense. Both prongs must be satisfied to succeed on an ineffective assistance claim, and the court need not address both components if a defendant fails to establish either one. Oops, I wasn't finished.
Oh, go ahead.
Either one as a failure. Okay. Either one as a failure on either showing is dispositive. Case law. Prior to swearing in the jury, one of the alternate jurors was excused for reasons related to financial hardship.
Okay.
Number 1, deficient performance. With respect to the first prong, a defendant must identify the acts or omissions of counsel that are alleged not to have been the result of reasonable professional judgment. The court must then determine whether, in light of all the circumstances, the identified acts or omissions were outside the wide range of professionally competent assistance. Judicial scrutiny of counsel's performance must be highly differential, and strategic choices made after thorough investigation of law and facts relevant to plausible options are virtually unchallengeable. Actions or omissions by counsel that might be considered sound trial strategy do not constitute ineffective assistance. Internal quotations omitted. Moreover, evaluating counsel's performance must not serve as an opportunity to act as a Monday morning quarterback. That's what we're talking about. A court must not use perfect hindsight to criticize unsuccessful strategies. Finding that the performance inquiry examines the reasonableness of counsel's actions under all circumstances, keeping in mind that a fair assessment of attorney performance requires that every effort be made to eliminate the distorting effects of hindsight. Rather, a court must indulge a strong presumption that counsel's conduct falls within the wide range of reasonable professional assistance. That is, the defendant must overcome the presumption that, under the circumstances, the challenged action might be considered sound strategy. The Second Circuit has defined a strategic decision as a conscious, reasonably informed decision made by an attorney with an eye to benefiting his client. Internal citation and quotation marks omitted. When examining an effective assistance claim in the context of jury selection, consistent with Strickland, an attorney's actions in conducting voir dire are also afforded deference. Holding that trial counsel's decision not to seek an alternate juror is paradigmatically strategic. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Indeed, courts are loath to second guess the decisions of counsel during jury selection. Strategies as to exercise of peremptories are matters of counsel's intuition and do not rise to the level of constitutional violation. It is not the role of the court to second guess counsel's reasonable strategic decisions at jury selection, especially considering that counsel is strongly presumed to have rendered adequate assistance and made all significant decisions in the exercise of reasonable professional judgment. An attorney's actions during voir dire are considered to be a matter of trial strategy and cannot form the basis for an ineffective assistance claim unless counsel's tactical decisions are so ill chosen that they permeate the entire trial with obvious unfairness. Additionally, if a defendant fails to demonstrate that he requested that his attorney exercise a peremptory challenge for particular jurors, the petitioner is deemed to have acquiesced to the attorney's decision not to do so. Petitioner has failed to demonstrate he requested trial counsel exercise any challenges as to the jurors, and as such, petitioner is deemed to have acquiesced in trial counsel's decision not to do so. Holding that defendant's acquiescence of trial counsel's strategic decision accounted to forfeiture of defendant's right to assert constitutional infirmities.
I can jump in real quick.
Okay.
Prejudice. With respect to the second prong, an error by counsel, even if professionally unreasonable, does not warrant setting aside the judgment of a criminal proceeding if the error had no effect on the judgment. Quoting Strickland, thus to establish prejudice under Strickland, the defendant must show that there is a reasonable probability that by for counsel's unprofessional errors, the result of the proceeding would have been different. A reasonable probability that is a... Hold on, y'all. Sorry. Hold on, y'all. Yes, honey. No, I don't. No, I don't. You didn't get me now. All right. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm back. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Thus, to establish prejudice under the defendant must show that there is a reasonable probability that for counsel's unprofessional errors, the result of the proceeding would have been different. A reasonable probability is a probability sufficient to undermine confidence in the outcome. A court must review the prejudicial effect of counsel's errors in the aggregate. Moreover, unlike the determination of trial counsel's performance under the first prong of Strickland, the determination of prejudice may be made with the benefit of hindsight. They cite more case law. So it says to establish prejudice stemming from trial counsel's failure to challenge a prospective juror for cause during the voir dire, a defendant must establish actual bias. Moreover, however, to maintain a claim of ineffective assistance of counsel based on the failure to object to a biased juror, the petitioner must show that the juror was actually biased against him. It says here, based on the lack of actual or presumed bias of the jurors, the petitioner has not demonstrated that he was prejudiced by his counsel's failure to strike these jurors and has therefore failed to establish ineffective assistance of counsel. Actual bias is bias in fact. The existence of the state of mind that leads to the inference that the person will not act with entire impartiality. So they cite more case law. Actual bias can be found where a prospective juror admits partiality or where the same can be inferred from his or her answers to the voir dire questions. Significantly, even if a juror expressed doubts his or her impartiality in voir dire, a finding of actual bias is not automatically mandated. Is not actually mandated. Patent versus holding that ambiguous and contradictory testimony of 3 jurors was insufficient to overcome presumption of correctiveness owed to the trial court's findings that the So y'all, it looks like the government has already responded to Bonjean's extra stuff that she put out tonight also.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they already responded to that. Okay. Whew. Okay, here we go. It says here, holding that ambiguous and contradictory testimony of 3 jurors was insufficient to overcome presumption of correctiveness owed to trial court's findings that the jurors would be impartial. The test of determining juror bias is well established. To hold that mere existence of any preconceived notion as to the guilt or innocence of an accused without more is sufficient to rebut the presumption of a prospective juror's impartiality would be to exhibit an impossible standard. It is sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impression or opinion and render a verdict based on the evidence presented in court. So pretty much what they're saying is that the defense failed at making sure that these jurors were not biased against R. Kelly individually. And so these jurors pretty much exemplified enough intelligence and enough fairness throughout their questions and their answers that they would be able to judge this case based on the evidence. That's pretty much what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Even where a jury previously expressed some reservations about his ability to be fair or impartial. Here we go. If the juror later expresses during a voir dire that he will try to decide the case based on the evidence presented, that assurance is generally sufficient. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So that one juror that said, I don't like, pretty much pedophiles. I don't like men that sleep with younger kids. And I'm biased to that. I find it to be reprehensible, or the kind of word that they use. If they said that in one question, but then in another one said, yes, I do feel this way, but, I'll do the best I can. Oh, I'll try.
I'll
They
put my
say that's
feelings
sufficient.
aside
Yeah.
and mhm.
They say that's sufficient. There you go. Okay. So therefore, to prevail on a claim that defense counsel was ineffective in failing to remove or challenge a juror during the voir dire, a defendant must show that the juror was actually biased against him. Without a finding that the juror was actually biased against the petitioner, prejudice under Strickland is not presumed.
Right,
You want to
because
read?
that person said that they didn't like pedophiles, but they didn't say they didn't like R. Kelly, and
Exactly.
R. Kelly's
Exactly.
presumed innocent until the jury makes a decision.
Hold
So
on, hold on, hold on. Miss Angie said, Atmos Love, no, this is not the response to what J-Bo uploaded tonight. We were waiting on 2 responses tonight. They have time to respond to J-Bo. Okay. So that's not what.
because they have the motion to
Oh, the one to appeal, the one to acquit,
and the
and
one
the
for a new
one to
trial.
new trial. Okay. Thank you,
Yep.
Miss Angie. All
I
right.
love Miss Angie.
Yeah, she owned it.
She's
She
got it
owned it.
down.
Okay. And I was reading her message when I said that to y'all, so I'm glad she corrected me. You want to do the analysis?
Sure.
Hold up, Miss Angie, you're welcome. I know you're gonna break all this down later, but if you want to, or any of my readers out there that want to come on here and help us read through this, because we got about 40 some more pages to go. If you want to jump on and help us read, you're more than welcome. We would enjoy your help, including you, Miss
Absolutely.
Angie. If you want to hop on and read, you can. The link should be pinned to the top of the chat, which it is. All right, go ahead.
All right. Analysis. The defendant's ineffective assistance claims are wholly without merit. He cannot establish either prong under Strickland, and his motion should be denied. The defendant first makes one generalized assertions that trial counsel failed to conduct any meaningful voir dire of prospective jurors to ensure they were free of bias or prejudice, and 2, unfounded and vague claims that trial counsel should have, for example, probed more deeply, inquired further, or completely questioned certain jurors. These claims are wholly belied by the record, which shows the trial counsel actively participated throughout the voir dire process, submitting additional questions and asserting challenges for cause, both in writing and orally, in some cases successfully, as to various prospective jurors, including those prospective jurors whose impartiality may have been in question. In addition to the defendant's written for cause challenges with respect to the approximately 50 prospective jurors initially qualified after the first 2 days of in-person voir dire, the defendant requested that the court make further inquiries of approximately 19 prospective jurors, including additional questions related to prospective jurors' opinions on the Me Too movement and related topics, as well as their knowledge of the defendant and the nature of the charges. On various occasions, after hearing certain prospective jurors' responses to the follow-up questions, trial counsel did not challenge them. However, with respect to certain other prospective jurors, for example, prospective juror numbers 120 and 182, defense counsel challenged and the court ultimately excused the prospective jurors for cause based on their responses to inquiries related to the Me Too movement. Trial counsel's inquiries on these topics clearly reflect that they considered the very issues now raised by the defendant when making for cause and peremptory challenges, and made strategic decisions in certain instances not to challenge a particular prospective juror based on their responses to inquiries from the court and the parties. Reasoning that the fact that trial counsel's decision not to challenge a juror for cause was strategic may be evidenced by trial counsel's use of for cause challenges on other prospective jurors. Finding the counsel's active participation in voir dire indicates that any decisions to challenge or not to challenge jurors were made as part of a reasonable trial strategy, rather than as a result of counsel's failure to provide effective assistance. Rejecting ineffective assistance of counsel claim regarding Verdar because the record reflected that defense counsel was actively engaged in the Verdar process and an attorney's determination to accept or strike a prospective juror was a strategic or tactical decision. Internal citation omitted. Finding that counsel's decision to preemptory challenge 8 jurors lent support to conclusion that decision not to challenge allegedly biased juror was part of a trial strategy. Counsel exercised 2 peremptory challenges for other prospective jurors during the voir dire. This suggests that counsel deliberately chose not to challenge another juror as part of trial strategy that might be considered sound. Internal quotation marks and citations omitted. Nor has the defendant shown that he suffered any prejudice. He provides no tangible evidence of actual bias, relying only on speculation based on the challenged jurors' responses during voir dire as purported evidence of bias. Finding jurors were not actually biased against petitioner, and therefore he was not prejudiced by trial counsel's failure to challenge them, where petitioner offered no evidence beyond the voir dire testimony of 3 individuals as to how the jurors were biased, other than speculation regarding these jurors' ability to be impartial, given that each of the jurors at issue asserted their impartiality and that they could fairly decide the case. Indeed, the very fact that the defendant asserts that trial counsel should have uncovered some additional imagined information, but produces no actual information supporting the claim to bias, emphasizes the speculative nature of these claims. Oh, I like that one. They really didn't. They didn't tell what.
It says, but produces no actual information supporting the bias claims, emphasizes the speculative nature of these claims. Another thing, if you saw what they did, they actually took the playbook of the defense and said, look, all they doing is trying to play y'all. All they doing is trying to play y'all by not trying to challenge some of these things. They try. That's all they do is trying to play the game. This is a strategy by them. Don't fall for it, Judge. It's just a strategy that they're trying to calling them out. All right, go ahead.
In addition, the defendant's claims regarding the trial counsel's failure to challenge prospective jurors who, 1, had some knowledge of the defendant and/or allegations against him, including through affirmative responses to question 31, indicating they had watched or heard interviews of Robert Kelly, TV shows featuring him, or specials or documentaries about him, or 2, knew of the Me Too movement, also lack merit. As the Supreme Court has made clear, qualified jurors need not be totally ignorant of the facts and issues involved in a case.
Okay.
Hello. Every case of public interest is almost as a matter of necessity brought to the attention of all the intelligent people in the vicinity, and scarcely anyone can be found among those best fitted for jurors who has not read or heard of it, and who has not some impression or some opinion in respect to its merits. Stating that in most cases, pretrial publicity, even pervasive adverse publicity, does not inevitably lead to an unfair trial. Rejecting ineffective assistance claim, finding that defense counsel's decision not to challenge a juror was within the realm of sound trial strategy, and that the defendant could not establish actual bias where police officer juror advised he could have had personal knowledge of the facts of the case in his employment, but did not recall any such knowledge and could remain impartial.
I'll jump in, give you a break.
Okay.
Did I tell you how much I appreciate you coming here helping me?
Oh, thank you. No problem.
I do. And any cash app I get tonight, I'm gonna split it with you, just so you know.
No,
you're
stop
doing
it.
much work. No, I am. I am. I just
You're
want you to know I
sweet.
appreciate you.
Thank
All
you.
right. So further, the defendant's unsupported assertion that the juror's own subjective. As a matter of fact, why don't you put your cash app in the chat, and that way, if anybody wants to bless you, because I know they appreciate you too.
I don't even know
put
my...
your cash app. Just type it in the chat, and I want people, y'all, please bless her too, if you would, because this is we putting in this overtime, y'all. We getting it in. We getting it in. Further, the defendant's unsupported assertion that the jurors' own subjective assurances that could be fair was not sufficient to ensure that they did not harbor beliefs or preconceived ideas about the defendant's guilt. Files in the face of both the record and the binding legal precedent that it is sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impression or opinion and render a verdict based on the evidence presented in court. There we go. As set forth in further detail below, the defendant has abjectly failed to prove that trial counsel did not act strategically in deciding not to challenge certain jurors for cause or use of preemptory strikes to prevent their selection. He also fails to show that any of these jurors bore actual bias against the defendant. He therefore cannot show deficient performance or prejudice. Number 1, juror 3, formerly prospective juror number 25.
Gussie.
The defendant asserts that trial counsel was ineffective in failing to challenge juror number 3. His response is that he has seen a documentary about the defendant and his legal troubles and heard that he had been sleeping with underage girls. As noted above, the mere fact that a juror has knowledge regarding the defendant or aspects of the charges does not automatically create a presumption of bias, particularly whereas here the juror has indicated that he can set aside his prior knowledge and decide the case based solely on the evidence presented at trial. So that kind of backs up the notion that some of these jurors that they did choose, they had answers that were favorable towards R. Kelly and unfavorable towards R. Kelly. Indeed, the defendant completely ignores, as he does with each juror's affirmation of impartiality, juror 3's unequivocal statements, both in response to the questionnaire and during the in-person voir dire, which reflect a total lack of bias and a clear ability to be impartial. For example, in response to question number 31, juror number 3 advised that he has seen a documentary about the defendant, but added, "I don't know the full story, so I have no feelings about it. I remain impartial." Question number 31, emphasis is added to this. Moreover, in response to question 32, which asks whether he had impartial, thank you, Tanya, whether he had an impression of the defendant based on what he had seen or heard, juror number 3 advised that his impression was neutral, adding that the media tends to demonize people. I deal with facts. Question 32, juror number 3 also advised that he had not overheard the discussion about the case, nor had he discussed the case with anyone or online. Questions 33, 34, and 35. Juror number 3 further responded that neither the defendant's celebrity nor anything about the nature of the case would interfere with his ability to decide the case fairly and impartially in accordance with the court's instructions. See questions 36, 37, and 94. With respect to questions regarding the so-called Me Too movement, juror number 3 indicated that he was aware of the movement, seeks justice for rape victims 25 to 30 years after the fact, and also stated that he had not participated in the Me Too movement. See questions 91 and 92. Says juror number 3 also indicated he had no reason to believe that he could not apply the law to the defendant, that the defendant is innocent until proven guilty, and that the government bears the burden of proof. During the in-person voir dire, juror number 3 further affirmed his ability to be fair and impartial. When asked whether he asked there was any reason he could not follow the court's instructions regarding the burden of proof and the fact that the defendant was innocent until proven guilty, juror number 3 responded, "No reason at all." When asked by the court whether there was any reason why he will not be able to follow the court's instructions on the law, juror number 3 responded, "No, I am a stickler for the law on my job. I'm the rule guy." Wow. Moreover, juror number 3 answered that there's no reason at all why he could not follow the court's instruction not to research the facts, law, or people involved in the case. And then when asked by the court, is there any reason at all that you wouldn't be able to give both sides a fair trial, juror number 3 again unequivocally answered no. In these circumstances, the defendant cannot show deficient performance in counsel's decision not to challenge juror number 3, and also fails to prove any actual bias or juror number 3's part that would result in prejudice, failing both Strickland prongs. Wow. Indeed, it was clearly sound strategy on the part of the trial counsel not to exercise a preemptory challenge. Juror number 3 explained in his questionnaire that he had been arrested on 2 occasions, which resulted in charges being dismissed. And during the colloquy with the court, emphatically expressed that he had previously had certain negative experiences with law enforcement, and that while he was not biased against law enforcement, he was biased against people in law enforcement that do these things. Thus, the trial counsel likely made the strategic decision to keep juror number 3 because they believe the juror's past negative experiences with law enforcement, including being falsely arrested twice, coupled with his belief that the media demonizes people. Question number 32 would make him more critical of the government's case. Trial counsel may also have reasonably believed that the government. So, y'all, what they're doing is pretty much breaking this down and breaking down the psychology of what the government strategy was when it comes to juror number 3. And the way Bonjean did is she took juror number 3's question, put it out there to make it shock value to us. But you notice she didn't put any of these other ones that he put in. He was falsely accused and falsely arrested himself. So it's kind of crazy. That's why you got to have checks and balances. It says the transcript.
Can you say thank you to I want to say thank you to Tiffany for the Cash App.
Woohoo! Thank you, Tiffany. We appreciate you. It says that the transcript reads, any reason why you wouldn't be able to follow my instructions of the law. The word instruments in the transcript, moreover, is clearly typographical error. Rather, it should read as any reason why you wouldn't be able to follow my instructions on the law. It says here, might use a peremptory strike on juror number 3, given the government's follow-up questions, which trial counsel may have interrupted as concern regarding juror number 3 on the part of the government. It says here, rejecting claim of ineffective assistance of counsel where defense counsel did not object during the voir dire process because, among other possibilities, counsel, among other reasons, failed to object so as to force the prosecution to extend or expend an additional preemptory challenge to strike the juror. Okay? If y'all out there, y'all alive, if you put a 1 in the chat, let me know y'all still here. Let me know y'all still here and y'all good. Okay, number 2, juror 4, formerly prospective juror number 52. The defendant next claims deficient performance due to the trial counsel's failure to challenge juror number 4 based on the juror's questionnaire that the juror finds transmission of STDs in a non-consensual act to be particularly repulsive. This is the one I was talking about. They used that repulsive word.
Right.
Has a close friend who was a victim of a sexual assault and listed the person he least admired as Jeffrey Epstein. Again, the defendant fails to carry his burden to establish either Strickland prong. Okay, so they still here. Okay, cool. All right. Juror number 4's questionnaire and viewer responses in no way amount to the actual bias against the defendant. A juror is not required to have entirely neutral feelings about the particular types of crimes charged. It says here denying post-conviction relief and finding trial counsel's decision not to challenge prospective juror in narcotics trial who expressed views about dangers of drug use, given family history of drug abuse, was not. Hold on, y'all. Hello? Huh? Say that again. The other one that came out, you mean? Oh yeah, well, we won't be able to do everything in that night. We had to break it up. Okay. Okay. Mm. Is that the one that talks about the the text messages and stuff like that? Okay, go ahead and send it over. Bye. Oh boy, y'all. Okay, let's stay the course because once we get done with this one, I hear that this other one that came in is where all the meat and potatoes is. But
Okay.
that's the meat and potatoes. Let's go ahead and get through this right quick. Okay, post conviction relief and finding trial counsel's decision not to challenge prospective. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate that. Okay, hold on. All right, let me. Hold on. Continue. Um, Hold on. Let me send this to my email. There we go. Okay, here we go. Post relief. Let me see. Decision not to challenge prospective juror in narcotics trial who expressed views of dangers of drug use, even given family history of drug abuse, was not deficient performance, where juror affirmed ability to be fair and impartial after court advised juror. Nobody is asking you to walk in here totally blank. You will bring in your, for example, giving juror 3 statements during the VODR that he was biased according to against people in the law enforcement that do the types of things leading to his own personal negative experiences in law enforcement. The government requested that the court asked juror number 3 whether his stated bias extended to prosecutors. Life experiences that the relevant question was only whether the jury could follow the law as I give it to you and will be fair and impartial. Rather, the central issue is whether the juror can lay aside any preconceived notions. Here, juror number 4 indicated that he could, nor was bias established on the ground that juror number 4 knew an individual who was a victim of sexual assault, notwithstanding that the charges against the defendant involved sexual assault. Um, Hold on, y'all. Okay. Uh, Okay. Noah was biased on the ground. Juror number 4 knew an individual. Okay, I read that already. Finding that the bias could not be inferred, where juror advised the court that, among other things, his wife had been abused before they were married in the case involving prosecution of the defendant for forced labor of 2 young girls. Importantly, in response to question number 37, which asked whether there was anything about the nature of the charges in and of themselves that would prevent the juror from deciding the case fairly and impartially in accordance with the court's instructions. The juror number 4 responded no. Likewise, in response to question 65, which asked if there was any reason that the juror number 4 could not apply the law that the government bears the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on each charge, juror number 4 responded no. So, in fact, it was evident that juror number 4's questionnaire and in-person voir number 4 had very little knowledge of who the defendant was, confusing the defendant's alias of R. Kelly with famous cartoonists from decades earlier. Oh my gosh.
I remember that actually. It was an older man, I believe.
Oh wow. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see something here. Okay, you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, go ahead.
Even upon clarification that the defendant was not the cartoonist, juror number 4 had very little knowledge of the defendant and had seen some news articles that did not appear to have made any impression on him. When asked whether there was anything that juror number 4 had read that would affect his ability to be fair and impartial in the case, he responded, "Not that I know of." Moreover, when the court spoke of the duty of the jurors to decide the case based on the evidence at trial, juror number 4 added that the case was to be decided by the evidence, testimony, and your instructions on the law, clearly demonstrating his understanding of his duty as a juror. When the court advised juror number 4 that the government bore the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond, beyond a reasonable doubt, juror number 4 responded, "Right," and stated that he would have no problem following the court's instruction that the defendant is innocent until being proven guilty. Therefore, any potential concerns that may have arisen from juror number 4's questionnaire responses were alleviated by juror number 4's clear responses in the questionnaire and during voir dire that he could remain fair and impartial and decide the case according to the court's instructions. In these circumstances, the defendant cannot show either deficient performance or actual bias, and his claim should be rejected. Juror number 5, formerly prospective juror 87. The defendant claims that trial counsel should have challenged juror number 5 because she had some knowledge of the defendant and had a somewhat negative impression of him. In response to why juror number 5 had this impression, juror number 5 wrote that there was an allegation that related he was sleeping with underage girls, minors. Question 32. Notably, juror number 5 specifically used the word allegation to describe whatever knowledge she may have had about the case. Despite being aware of this allegation, which is no more than was included in the summary of the case provided as part of the juror questionnaire, juror number 5 advised that she had not overheard any discussion about the case, discussed the case with anyone, or posted any opinions online. Questions 33, 34, 35. The defendant also cannot show the decision not to challenge juror number 4 was not strategic, as juror number 4 indicated he had negative interactions with law enforcement and his close friend was infected with HIV by police in a foreign country. Juror number 5 further responded that neither the defendant's celebrity nor anything about the nature of the case would interfere with her ability to decide the case fairly and impartially in accordance with the court's instructions. During the in-person colloquy, the court asked juror number 5 whether, despite having some familiarity with the case, juror number 5 was able to put aside anything that juror number 5 had heard about the case and just judge it on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom. Juror number 5 responded yes. The court asked a second time, stating, "Okay," and put aside all those other things you might have heard, to which juror number 5 again stated yes. Shortly thereafter, the court asked juror number 5 whether there was any reason she could not follow the court's instruction that the defendant was innocent until proven guilty, and that the government has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Juror number 5 again responded no in response to the court's inquiry as to whether the juror was hesitating a bit in her answer. Juror number 5 stated, no, there wouldn't be no reason that I wouldn't be able to. Where I work, we have to follow the order. In response to the court's further questions regarding whether juror number 5 would follow the important principle of law regarding the burden of proof and would follow the court's instructions on the law, juror number 5 said yes to both. During this portion of the questioning, juror number 5 initially responded, well, as you mentioned, according to when you listen, whatever you hear, so I think I'll give it a shot. As a result, a colloquy followed in which the court explained to juror number 5 that regardless of her answer, juror number 5 needed to be positive in that response. When asked if she was positive that she could give both sides a fair trial, juror number 5 said yes, that she could be positive in her belief that she would be fair and impartial.
Okay. I'll jump in.
Okay.
Importantly, juror number 5's use of the word think in her response to the court's questions does not demonstrate implied or actual bias. Let's see. Some case law says findings no bias, where a juror replied, no, I don't think so, after being asked whether she might favor the prosecution. The prosecution's argument, their evidence, their witnesses, because you are a member of their office, and confirmed that she could acquit the defendant if she found the prosecution had not proved its case. And this is some more case law finding that a juror had no actual or implied bias warranting relief, where when asked whether his experience as a police officer would carry over into the petitioner's trial, the juror responded, well, sir, I would certainly like to be able to say that it wouldn't, and I would certainly do my best to see that it would not. Moreover, when juror number 5's response demonstrated some initial hold on, I think somebody came in. Oh, James Harris says you're not connected, brother. It says you're not connected. You got to connect your mic and your cam before I can add you in. All right. The decision before cannot challenge. Hold on. Moreover, response demonstrated some initial ambiguity about her impartiality. She affirmatively stated that she could be fair and impartial upon further questioning. Trial counsel's decision, therefore, not to challenge her was not deficient. It says rejecting claim of ineffective assistance of counsel based on trial counsel's decision not to make a for-cause challenge, where juror expressed doubts about his ability to be fair and impartial given his employment as a police officer, but subsequently answered in the affirmative upon further questioning about whether he could base his decisions in the case solely on what he would see and hear in the courtroom, and where there was no evidence in record that the court would have granted a challenge for cause, even if the defense objected. Rodriguez versus Beslin. There's some more case law. It says here that, let me see here, holding that the decision not to challenge a jury for cause, when that juror expressed that she was sensitive to the issue, but ultimately stated that she would try to remain fair and impartial, did not amount in the ineffective assistance of counsel, partially were based on the juror's response to a hypothetical question posed during the voir dire. The attorney may have reasonably inferred that the juror would be sympathetic to the defense's strategy he planned to use at trial. And this says, let's see, you're finding that no actual bias where juror initially stated that he could try to be fair and impartial, and then subsequently agreed that he would leave sympathy and emotions out of this, out of his deliberations, and decide the facts of the witness on the witness stand. It says, concluding that district court did not err in failing to remove prospective juror for cause where the juror initially expressed reservations about the ability to be impartial, but later promised to try to decide the cause based on the evidence presented. United States versus Plouffe. Let's see, upholding the denial of the challenge for cause where a jury indicated that he would do his best to decide the case based on the evidence presented. The defendant thus cannot show deficient performance or actual bias and fails both. So what they keep doing, y'all, is they keep showing each one of these doggone jurors that Bonjean picked and took one or two questions that they answered that did not look like it was going towards the defense's side. And the government is coming up and saying, oh boy, okay, we got this. They answered this in your favor, this in your favor, this in your favor. So they pretty much just destroying the mess out of them. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So number 4, juror 7, formerly prospective number 145. You want to jump in there for me, Tane?
Sure.
Okay.
The defendant asserts that trial counsel was deficient in failing to challenge juror number 7 because she had heard certain information about the defendant's alleged crimes. The claim is baseless. While juror number 7 advised that she was aware of who the defendant was and the existence of a case against him, juror number 7 stated that she had not seen any documentary about the defendant and that her impression of the defendant was neutral, because most of the information you hear about celebrities are not always true. It's mainly either for or against the person. Juror number 7 also advised that she had not discussed the case with anyone or posted any opinions about the defendant online. And made it clear that she would remain fair and impartial in deciding the case, indicating that there was no reason she could not follow the court's instruction regarding the burden of proof. And the fact that the defendant is innocent until proven guilty. During the in-person voir dire, when asked whether she could put aside the very little she had heard about the case and rely on the evidence in court, juror number 7 answered sure. Moreover, when asked if she promised that she will be fair and impartial juror to both sides, juror number 7 responded, of course. In these circumstances, the defendant cannot show actual bias, and his ineffective assistance claim must fail. In addition, the defendant cannot show that trial counsel's decision not to strike juror number 7 was not strategic. During trial, defense counsel sought to emphasize the defendant's musical talents and popularity as part of its trial strategy. Thus, trial counsel may have believed that juror number 7's knowledge of the defendant's music and her lack of knowledge of the Me Too movement made juror number 7 an attractive juror. In any event, in light of the juror's unequivocal responses establishing her impartiality, the defendant cannot show actual bias, or the court would have granted a motion to strike. Juror number 8, formerly prospective juror number 147. The defendant claims that trial counsel was deficient in failing to challenge juror number 8 because he had heard about the crimes that the defendant allegedly committed. Notwithstanding such knowledge, juror number 8 advised that he had a neutral impression of the defendant and that he had no feeling toward the defendant. In response to other questions, juror number 8 made clear that he would judge the facts of the case fairly and impartially in accordance with the court's instructions. During an in-person voir dire, juror number 8 also answered each of the court's questions in an unequivocal manner, consistent with his ability to put aside anything he knew about the case, hold the government to its burden to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and judge it fairly and impartially. In these circumstances, the defendant cannot show actual bias. Nor can the defendant show that trial counsel did not strike juror number 8 for strategic reasons. In the questionnaire, juror number 8 advised that he listens to the defendant's music and has no views on the cases. Given juror number 8's other responses indicating that he had no knowledge of the Me Too movement and could clearly be fair and impartial, trial counsel likely believed that juror number 8 was a fan of the defendant's music and thus would be a favorable juror for the defense. In any event, in light of the juror's unequivocal responses establishing his impartiality, the defendant cannot show actual bias or that the court would have granted a motion to strike. Juror number 9, formerly prospective juror number 156. The defendant claims that trial counsel was deficient in failing to challenge juror number 9 because she had heard that the defendant had unknown issues with the law and had knowledge of the Me Too movement. In response to questions regarding whether juror number 9 was familiar with the defendant or any allegations against him, juror number 9 wrote, "Sounds familiar but unsure," and that the defendant had issues with the law but couldn't tell you exactly what for. Juror number 9 also indicated that she had a neutral impression of the defendant because I know he's been arrested before, but I don't know if he was convicted or not. I don't watch entertainment news or follow gossip influencer sites about celebrities. In response to a question concerning knowledge about the Me Too movement, juror number 9 described the movement as the power structure of the male dominated movie industry has been turned on its head, and indicated that she had not participated in the Me Too movement. In response to other questions in the questionnaire, juror number 9 made clear that she would judge the facts of the case fairly and impartially in accordance with the court's instructions. During in-person voir dire, the court asked juror number 9 whether she could put aside any prior knowledge that she may have had about the case and decide it only on the evidence presented in court, to which juror number 9 responded, "Yes, I can." In response to questions regarding whether juror number 9 promised to follow the court's instructions on the burden of proof, the defendant's presumption of innocence, the law, and referring from obtaining outside information about the case, juror number 9, as she did in the questionnaire, answered in the affirmative to all, promising to do her duty as a fair and impartial juror.
I'll jump in.
Okay.
The defendant has offered no evidence to suggest that trial counsel's decision not to strike juror number 9 was anything but strategic. As an individual who had a neutral view of the defendant, did not follow gossip sites about celebrities, and who had a relative who was convicted of a federal crime and served 5 years in prison. Question number 53. Trial counsel likely believed that juror number 9 will be a favorable jury for the defense. And in these circumstances, the defendant cannot show any actual bias for the deficient performance, and his ineffective assistant claim fails. In any event, in the light of the juror's unequivocal responses established, her impartiality to the defendant cannot show the court that would have granted a motion to strike. Juror number 11, formerly prospective juror number 153. It says the defendant claims that trial counsel was deficient in failing to challenge juror number 11 because he had heard and read about the alleged crimes in the news. Specifically, in response to questions regarding juror number 11, was familiar with the defendant or any allegations against him. Juror number 11 wrote that she saw the case mentioned on the news when the defendant was first being investigated, knew that the defendant is a musician, and that there were allegations of misconduct lodged against him. Question 29 and 30. Juror 11 also indicated that she had a neutral impression of the defendant because I don't know enough about the information about the defendant or the case. Question 32. In response to other questions in the questionnaire, juror number 11 made clear that she would judge the facts of the case fairly and impartially in accordance to the court's instructions. Make sure you put it on mute because I hear a lot of noise, Tanya.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Similarly, during the in-person voir dire, when asked by the court whether she could put aside any prior knowledge that she may have had about the case and decided only on the evidence presented in court, juror number 11 responded, yes. Okay? So y'all, these folks are, the government is shredding the defense's thing with these jurors. They shredding them, y'all. In response to questions regarding whether juror number 11 promised to follow the court's instructions on the burden of proof, the defendant's presumption of innocence, and the law refraining from obtaining outside information about the case, juror number 11 answered in the affirmative to all, promising to do her duty as a fair and impartial juror. In these circumstances, the defendant cannot show actual bias or deficient performance. Juror number 12. Perspective. Okay, so the defendant claims that the trial counsel was deficient in failing to challenge juror number 12 because he had heard about the crimes against the defendant allegedly committed from the various sources and had knowledge of the Me Too movement. While the juror number 12 indicated that his somewhat negative impression of the defendant was a result of the emotional response of the nature of the charges against the defendant, juror number 12 also advised in the same response that he really never cared one way or the other regarding the defendant. Question number 32. In response to the other questions in the questionnaire, juror number 12 made clear that he would judge the facts of the case fairly and impartially in accordance with the court's instructions. During the in-person voir dire, when the court raised the fact that juror number 12 had indicated on the questionnaire that he had some information about the case, juror number 12 advised the court that it was just minor things in the press, nothing I can recall any specific details. Juror number 12 added that, in fact, the summary and questions included in the questionnaire provided more information about the nature of the case than what he had previously been aware of through any media coverage. Now, when asked whether he would put that information aside and judge the case based on the evidence presented in court, juror number 12 responded, "Of course," citing that it definitely is when the court referenced juror number 12's statement in his questionnaire that trial by media is worse than trial by jury. Wow. Okay. Subsequently, in response to questions by the court regarding whether juror number 11 promised to follow the court's instructions on the burden of proof and the defendant's presumption of innocence, juror number 11 responded 100%. Further, with respect to the court's inquiries about whether he could follow the law as a court instructed and refrain from obtaining outside information about the case, juror number 11 answered in an affirmative, promising to do his duty as a fair and impartial jury. The record thus clearly reflects that there was no actual bias on the part of juror number 12. Trial counsel's conduct with respect to this juror was also not deficient under Strickland. First, counsel had a strategic reason not to strike this juror in the questionnaire. Juror number 12 advised that he had a friend who was related to Bill Cosby, and as part of this discussion of his opinion of Bill Cosby's sexual assault case, both in the questionnaire and during the voir dire, indicated that until the end of the case, I had no opinion, adding that trial by media is scarier to me than a jury. Question 62. Jurors number 12 position regarding Bill Cosby's case not only reflected his ability to keep an open eye unless and until he had all the facts, but also likely formed the basis of trial counsel's strategic decision not to strike juror number 12, given the nature of Bill Cosby's allegations. In addition, juror number 12 had a family member who was sentenced to 10 years in prison. A reasonable attorney would certainly have believed that juror number 12 would be a favorable juror for the defense, notwithstanding his somewhat negative view of the defendant or knowledge of the Me Too movement for this reason. In any event, in the light of the juror's unequivocal responses establishing his impartiality, any for-cause challenge would have been futile. You could do number 9 for me.
Okay. Can I just say, like, wow.
Yeah, like God
Bonjean didn't put
knows.
any of that extra stuff in there.
Of course she didn't.
Oh my. Alternate juror number 4, formerly prospective juror 179. Finally, the defendant claims that trial counsel was deficient for not challenging alternate juror number 4 as a result of her knowledge that the defendant was married to Aaliyah, and as he characterizes it, for making an untimely challenge to alternate juror number 4 during trial for asking the court's clerk whether the clerk could obtain an autograph from attorney Gloria Allred, who represented certain of the witnesses at trial on her behalf. Even assuming arguendo that alternate juror number 4 should have been dismissed, notwithstanding the court's proper determination on the matter, given that this alternate juror did not deliberate and thereby had no impact on the verdict, the defendant cannot show prejudice from her selection as an alternate. More important, however, appellant cannot demonstrate that he was prejudiced by the trial judge's refusal to excuse this veneer person for cause, since prospective juror was never a member of the jury that convicted the defendant. Moreover, as the defendant concedes, the trial counsel did in fact seek alternate juror number 4's dismissal. As such, the defendant cannot show that trial counsel engaged in deficient performance under Strickland. Finally, as reflected in the record and set forth in great detail in the government response to the defendant's motion for a judgment of acquittal, which is incorporated herein by reference, the evidence against the defendant on all charges was overwhelming, and the defendant has presented no evidence to demonstrate that the jury's verdict was based on anything other than the evidence presented at trial. Holding that the defendant's ineffective... Can bring it up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The defendant's claim that trial counsel's motion to exclude the juror was untimely is baseless, while alternate juror number 4 had left the courtroom at the time of the challenge, and therefore it was made outside alternate juror number 4's presence, which is entirely customary. Trial counsel made the motion immediately following the colloquy on the matter. Notably, the defendant's claim that the trial counsel should have pursued alternate juror number 4's dismissal during voir dire likewise fails Strickland, given that the trial counsel's performance was not deficient and there was no prejudice. While alternate juror number 4 referenced some knowledge of the defendant and possible rumors of her marriage to Aaliyah, she advised that she was able to put any such knowledge aside and decide the case fairly and impartially. During voir dire, however, trial counsel requested that the court inquire further regarding alternate juror number 4's stated history and experience with sexual harassment, and indicated that he was going to challenge her. However, upon hearing her answers to the court's additional questions on this topic, trial counsel made the strategic decision to challenge this juror. Importantly, while the jury found the defendant guilty on all counts, they found that racketeering acts 3 and 4 of count 1 had not been proven by the government, emphasizing that the jurors carefully reviewed the evidence in the case, honored their oath to find a racketeering act or count proven only if they believed the government had met its burden of proof and were not clouded by the purported bias that the defendant has now baselessly claims permeated the jury. Assistants of counsel claimed that trial counsel's failure to strike juror who was allegedly equivocal as to whether she could hold the prosecution to its burden and allegedly evinced a state of mind likely to preclude her from rendering an impartial verdict lacked merit, finding that in the absence of bias, petitioner cannot satisfy the second prong of Strickland because there is no basis to conclude that had the juror not been seated as a juror, the result of petitioner's trial would have been different. Emphasis in original. Accordingly, the defendant's claim that trial counsel provided ineffective assistance of counsel during voir dire should be denied.
All right, I'm going to jump in.
Okay.
The defendant was not denied conflict-free counsel. Relevant background. Pursuant to its obligations under United States versus Curcio, the government brought certain issues to the attention of the court regarding potential conflicts held by one of the defendant's retained attorneys, Nicole Blank Becker. Sure, Judge. Yeah, whatever, Judge. Like, you all should find my client, like, guilty. I mean, sorry, not guilty. Oh, okay, back to this. The potential conflicts raised by the government were set forth in detail in sealed written submissions dated June 14th, 2021, the sealed June 14th, 2021 letter, and the June 24th, 2021, and the sealed June 24th, 2021 letter, collectively referred to herein as the sealed letters, and incorporated herein by reference. The defendant based his motion on one of those issues, specifically regarding the possibility that Miss Blank Becker entered into the attorney-client relationship with certain individuals, including an individual referred to in the sealed letters as Jane Doe number 5 and herein as Jane. Another issue also relevant to the instant motion related to the individual identified at trial, though incorporated herein, the sealed letters would remain under seal for the reasons set forth in the sealed letters. Okay, so I guess they had some letters that were sealed.
I want to know what those letters say.
I want to know what those were too.
I think that those letters say what she did with R. Kelly, but I'm not saying
you never know. So sealed letters as Joy or Joycelyn, and is detailed in the sealed letters. Oh, we had them down letters. Following the government's filings of its Curcio letter, the court appointed independent counsel to advise the defendant on the issues. And on June 17, 2021, the court conducted a Curcio hearing, which was further adjourned to allow the defendant ample time to confer with independent counsel. On July 15, 2021, the court continued the Curcio hearing to determine whether conflicts existed and whether the conflicts were waiverable by the defendant. In making its determination, the court relied upon written submissions and exhibits by the government. Miss Blank Becker and Miss Gloria Schmidt Rodriguez, who formerly represented Jane, as well as proffers of information by the government, Miss Blank Becker and Miss Gloria Schmidt Rodriguez. Based on this information, the court determined that potential or actual conflicts existed with respect to the issues raised by the government, but that all the raised conflicts, including those related to Jane, could be waived by the defendant. Based on its findings, the court advised the defendant of each of the conflicts and the relevant implications of those conflicts. During the hearing, the court also advised the defendant that he had the right to conflict-free representation, but under the circumstances could waive the conflicts if he so chose. Relevant to the instant motion, the court advised, among other things, Ms. Blank Becker may have developed a relationship of trust with certain individuals, including Jane, in the Curcio hearing transcript cited as Curcio, and Joycelyn, even though she was never formally retained as their lawyer, she has confidentiality obligations to them. And given the nature and extent of those communications and the extent of them, she would have a conflict if she were to cross-examine either one of them. So that's one of the conflicts. Now, it says here, ID at 32. The court also advised the defendant that Ms. Blank Becker could not rely on or share with the defendant or his other attorneys any privileged information she may have obtained from these individuals. Also, relevant to instant motion, the court advised the defendant of the implications of a possible conflict related to an allegation regarding Joycelyn set forth in the sealed June 14, 2021 letter at pages 1 and 2, noting that there was not much of a foundation for the allegation. Where the court did not make a specific finding as to whether Ms. Blank Becker had committed an ethical violation by contacting Jane, she, while she was represented by Ms. Rodriguez. Sorry, I had to get a drink. The court also advised the defendant regarding the implications of such a violation as it relates to Ms. Blank Becker's representation of the defendant. The defendant advised that he understood all of the conflicts. Independent Curcio counsel also advised the court, and the defendant confirmed that she had thoroughly explained and discussed with the defendant each of the issues that was subject to the Curcio hearing. Subsequently, the defendant, at the court's request, explained his understanding of each of the conflicts on the record and explained to him by the court and Curcio counsel. Notably, the court also advised the defendant that he had two lawyers who were not conflicted, Devereux Cannock and Thomas Farinella, but that he waived the conflicts. Let me read what this footnote says. Given the sense nature of some of the issues raised, references were made to certain of the facts proffered by the government in the sealed Curcio letters by page and paragraph during the hearings. To the extent a reference was made to one of the sealed Curcio letters, Curcio counsel, who was seated beside the defendant, reread and discussed the paragraph with the defendant off the record. Okay, so saying they let him know that Devereux Cannock and Thomas Farinella, but that if he waived the conflicts, that the defendant would be giving up the right to have Miss Blank Becker represent the defendant without a conflict of interest. And that means that if the defendant were to be convicted at the trial, the defendant couldn't. Y'all look at this. Look at this real close. Thank you very much, Karen J, and everybody that's been blessing us. Thank you. Listen, y'all. Here we go. It says giving up the right to have Miss Blank Becker represent the defendant without a conflict of interest. And that means that if the defendant were to be convicted at the trial, the defendant could not later claim that the defendant's lawyer, Miss Becker, wasn't an effective lawyer because she had these conflicts or potential conflicts, which means I don't see. Y'all need to drop them doggone bombs in the chat. Drop them bombs and watermelons all through the chat. Okay, right here. We kept going over this. I don't know why the other side don't just read. If they read, they would see.
They'll be fine.
It's right here in the black and white that the judge already told her. Look now.
Maybe it's disrespecting R. Kelly to read it because he can't.
You know what? You might be right. Well, why the hell we gonna read it? R. Kelly ain't read it. Why the hell we gonna read it?
Right?
Let's continue. We got a lot to go. At the conclusion of the colloquy, oh, did I say that right? Colloquy? Okay. With the defendant, the court found that it had established that Mr. Kelly is fully competent and capable of making an informed decision, that he has been advised by independent counsel, and that his waiver of these potential conflicts is knowing and intelligent, and so I accept the waiver. At trial, the defendant was represented by 4 retained attorneys: Mr. Devereux Cannock, Miss Blank Becker, Mr. Farinella, and Mr. Calvin Schaller. During the trial, Jane testified during the government's case in chief. Mr. Cannock conducted the cross-examination of Jane. If you would read the legal standard, please.
Of course. Legal standard. The Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel generally ensures that an accused may be represented by an attorney who will agree to take his case. A defendant has a correlative right to, at the time, a fourth attorney, Calvin Schaller had not yet,
Go ahead.
Entered a notice of appearance at counsel retained by the defendant. The defendant's characterization of Jane,
you see it,
as government star witness is not only an exaggeration, but a gross oversimplification of the government's proof of trial, which included the testimony of 50 witnesses and hundreds of exhibits. reputation that is free from conflicts of interest. Okay. When a defendant's right to choose the counsel he wants conflicts with the right to an attorney of undivided loyalty, the choice as to which right is to take precedence must generally be left to the defendant. District courts have an independent duty to ensure that criminal defendants receive a trial that is fair and does not contravene with the Sixth Amendment. For that reason, when a district court is sufficiently apprised of even the possibility of a conflict of interest, as the court was here, it has a threshold obligation to investigate the facts and details of the attorney's interests to determine whether the attorney, in fact, suffers from an actual conflict, a potential conflict, or no genuine conflict at all. Where defense counsel has an actual or
Hold on,
potential...
hold on. What did that say? United States versus who?
Levy?
Levi!
Levi!
Levi, will
There
you
he
show your...
is.
Shout out to Levi, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's good. Where defense counsel has an actual or potential conflict, the district court must determine whether the conflict is so severe as to require the attorney's disqualification, or whether it is a lesser conflict that can be waived in a cursio hearing. In most cases where a defendant's attorney has a conflict, the defendant may make a knowing and intelligent waiver of his right to a conflict-free lawyer if he desires to continue the representation. In only rare cases, an attorney's conflict is unwaivable because it is so serious that no rational defendant would have knowingly and intelligently desired the conflicted attorney's representation. Perez 325, case law. Or because the conflict is so severe as to indicate per se that the rendering of effective assistance will be impeded.
Hold on. What was that? Hold on, go back up a little bit. What was that? It says in only rare cases, the conflict is unwaverable. Right there after you read, if he desires to continue the representation.
Oh, the conflicted attorney's representation, that one?
Yeah. Read what's that right after that case law.
Or because the conflict is so severe as to indicate per se that the rendering of effective assistance will be impeded. Indeed, the Second Circuit has recognized only two categories of such per se violations.
No. I'm tripping. Oh, go back up. You see where it says in only rare cases?
Oh, did I miss that whole part?
Oh, wow. Yeah, you missed that whole part.
So
Yeah,
sorry.
That's pretty big. Go ahead.
Yeah, in only rare cases, an attorney's conflict is unwaivable because it is so serious that no rational defendant would have knowingly and intelligently desired the conflicted attorney's representation. Or because the conflict is so severe as to indicate per se that the rendering of effective assistance will be impeded. Indeed, the Second Circuit has recognized only two categories of such per se violations of the Sixth Amendment that are unwaverable, where the defendant's counsel was unlicensed and when the attorney has engaged in the defendant's crimes. Oh, wow.
Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Yeah, read that one more time.
Indeed, the Second Circuit has recognized only two categories of such per se violations of the Sixth Amendment that are unwaivable, where the defendant's counsel was unlicensed.
So okay, so one, it was unlicensed. Okay, so y'all listen very closely here, cause Tanya's dropping bombs. So the only way that he would have been able to, they would find this to be where it was unwaverable, is if number one, counsel was, go ahead.
If the counsel was unlicensed, and number two, when the attorney has engaged in the defendant's crimes. So, yeah, they didn't do those things that I know of.
Right.
An attorney's prior representation of a government witness presents a potential conflict of interest. This is because a lawyer owes an absolute duty of loyalty and confidentiality to both the current and former clients. Notwithstanding the limitations presented by this continuing duty of loyalty, a defendant can generally waive potential conflicts arising from his attorney's prior representation of a government witness. The Second Circuit has recognized that our cases support allowing waiver of the conflict that arises when an attorney must cross-examine a former client in order to effectively represent a current client. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
For even if this whole thing with Jane Doe number 5 with Az and Nicole, it would only benefit R. Kelly at the end of the day because Nicole would tell R. Kelly the things that Az told her. You know what I mean? I don't see it would it hurt him in any way. But anyways, that's my opinion.
No, it makes sense.
Such a waiver is allowed because although such a conflict might require a defendant to abandon a particular defense or line of questioning, he can be advised as to what he must forego. He can then seek the legal advice of independent counsel and make an informed judgment that balances the alteration in the trial strategy against the perceived effect of having to get a new and perhaps less effective defense counsel. Where an attorney suffers from a waivable potential or actual conflict, the district court must conduct a cursio hearing to determine whether the defendant will knowingly and intelligently waive his right to a conflict-free in representing a current client, a lawyer may not use privileged information obtained from another former client. Moreover, in representing a current client, a lawyer may not ethically attack other clients through cross-examination or argument to the jury. Representation. The Second Circuit has considered a number of different factors in determining whether a conflict can be waived, including, among other things, number one, whether disqualifying the defendant's chosen counsel would create real prejudice to the defendant based on the length of the representation and or counsel's familiarity with the case. Number two, whether there is a possibility that the attorney could be called as a witness at the defendant's trial or implicated in the defendant's alleged crimes. Number three, whether the continued representation would conflict with the attorney's own personal, financial, or liberty interests as opposed to the interests of a current or former client. Number four, whether, if the conflict concerns the interests of another client, the attorney's relationship with the other client is continuing or has been terminated. Number five, whether any other current or former client affected by the conflict has initiated or joined in the motion to disqualify defendant's chosen counsel. And number six, the availability of measures that might limit the dangers posed by the conflict, such as restricting an attorney's cross-examination of a former client. A defendant challenging his conviction on the ground that he was deprived of his Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel as the result of a conflict must demonstrate first that the conflict was either unwaivable or that his and intelligent, and second, that he was prejudiced by the conflict. In other words, that but for counsel's unprofessional errors, the result of the proceeding would have been different. Quotation marks omitted. Where a potential conflict exists, court requires that the defendant establish prejudice. Where an actual conflict exists, however, prejudice is presumed and the defendant is required to show only a lapse in representation resulted from the conflict. A lapse in representation means that some plausible alternative defense strategy or tactic might have been pursued and that the alternative defense was inherently in conflict with or not undertaken due to the attorney's other loyalties or interests. In evaluating an actual or potential conflict of interest, while actions of any member of a law firm are imputed to every member of the firm, such conflicts are not imputed on independent trial counsel.
Okay, I want to jump in.
Okay.
It says analysis. The defendant alleges that he was denied effective counsel because Ms. Blank Becker purportedly labored under a disabling conflict of interest that was imputed to the entire defense team. The defense's argument is meritless. It is based on incorrect claims and that this conflict is unwaivable and imputed to the entire defense team, which included 3 other independent counsel from different firms who represented him at trial. Now, during the crucial hearing, the court determined that Ms. Blank Becker may have developed a relationship of trust with Jane and Jocelyn, resulting in certain possible conflicts, including creating, among other obligations, a duty of loyalty to them. Assuming that Ms. Blank Becker's relationship with Jane amounted to an actual conflict, said conflict was clearly waiverable. Several factors demonstrate that the conflict is waivable, including that the relationship was brief, limited in scope, and terminated prior to Jane's cooperation with the government. Number two, the relationship did not implicate Ms. Blank Becker's own personal, financial, or liberty interests. Number three, the defendant was represented by three other unconflicted retained counsel who could, and one of whom would, in fact, cross-examine Jane during the trial. Listing factors weighing in favor of finding a waiverable conflict. Internal citations omitted. The government has proffered no facts from which it could be concluded that Ms. Blank Becker's potential conflict amounted to an actual conflict of interest, nor do any of the cases cited by the defendant support the notion that Ms. Blank Becker's conflict was not waivable. Instead, the defendant incorrectly conflates the issues of whether an actual conflict exists. With each question of whether the defendant may waive said conflict, as discussed above, it is well established that the actual conflict is not synonymous with an unwaivable conflict. But even though this second, the defendant's claim that Jane may have obtained privileged information from Becker that was adverse to the defendant, completely misconstrues the government's representations on this point and the assertion that Jane most certainly passed information subject to attorney-client privilege between Ms. Blank Becker and the defendant is not only speculative, but patently false. Likewise, there is no basis to suggest, as the defendant does, that Ms. Blank Becker's interactions with Jane, even if they amounted to an attorney-client relationship, were an attempt to influence a government witness on behalf of her client. Notably, the cases cited by the defendant support only the principle of counsel's representation of both the defendant and the witness generally creates an actual conflict. Not that such a conflict is unwaivable. In fact, the cases cited by the defendant demonstrate quite the opposite, because noting that similar conflict may have been waivable and remanding case for defamation as to whether a conflict in fact existed. It says here, noting that one party refused to waive the conflict and disqualifying counsel because his law firm sought to simultaneously represent a defendant and a cooperating witness with adverse interests in the same criminal proceeding, holding that petitioner has failed to allege facts supporting a conclusion that any other potential areas of conflict arising when an attorney has previously represented an important witness for the prosecution existed in the case. Conflict was actual, that it was also waivable. Indeed, it is the rare exception where an actual conflict cannot be waived by the defendant, even if the conflict here was actual. It does not constitute one of those rare instances. Rather, the conflict represents one of the lesser conflicts, such as the attorney's representation of two or more defendants or his prior representation of a trial witness is generally waivable. You want to jump in, Tanya?
Sorry, it's on mute.
Okay.
All right. Indeed, it is the rare exception where an actual conflict cannot be waived by the defendant, and even if conflict here was actual, it does not constitute one of those rare instances. Rather, the conflict represents one of the lesser conflicts, such as an attorney's representation of two or more defendants, or his prior representation of a trial witness that is generally waivable. Holding that a defendant was entitled to waive a conflict created by his counsel's prior representation of another defendant despite assertions that counsel was blinded by his own substantial self-interest, and finding that counsel had nothing approaching the sort of fiscal self-interest that was present in Schwartz, considering that there was no indication that counsel had a continuing relationship with or an exceptionally lucrative retainer from the other defendant. Holding that the conflicts arising from trial counsel's prior representation of witnesses were waivable given the defendant's willingness to continue with current counsel despite their being barred from cross-examining counsel's former clients at trial, and the defendant's consent to measures that might limit the dangers posed by conflicts, such as current counsel agreeing not to discuss his former clients with any independent attorneys hired to cross-examine them on conflicted counsel's behalf. Although counsel's conflict compromised his ability to be a zealous advocate for the defendant, it was nonetheless waivable. We have generally found that this type of conflict is waivable. In addition, any conflict related to Miss Blinkbecker's conflict arising from any assumed attorney-client relationship with Jane was not imputed to the defendant's other counsel. The defendant's reliance on United States versus Stein in support of its claim to the contrary is misplaced. While Stein held that counsel's conflict was imputed to the other attorneys in counsel's small firm, independent counsel.
Go up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Independent counsel had no such conflict. Holding attorney's conflict from prior representation of trial witness waivable because, among other things, independent attorneys could be hired to cross-examine those witnesses on conflicted counsel's behalf. Ms. Blinkbecker is a solo practitioner, and the defendant's other counsel each have their own independent practices. Thus, Messrs. Canick, Farinella, and Scholar were not members of any firm with Miss Blinkbecker and remained unconflicted. Finding that conflict was imputed to a co-counsel given that the record did not indicate a general partnership relationship between the attorneys extending beyond the representation of petitioner himself. Given that Mr. Canick, one of the defendant's three independent, unconflicted counsel, conducted a vigorous cross-examination of Jane at trial, the defendant has not shown that a lapse in representation resulted from the conflict. Even assuming the circumstances presented an actual conflict, nor can the defendant demonstrate that he was prejudiced in any way by Miss Blinkbecker's conflict if it was only a potential conflict. There can also be no question that the defendant was fully advised of the implications and consequences of the conflict related to Miss Blinkbecker's purported representation of Jane. After being so advised, the defendant knowingly and intentionally waived the conflict and chose to keep Miss Blinkbecker as one of his attorneys. While Miss Blinkbecker's conflict prevented her from cross-examining Jane at trial and from disclosing any privileged information obtained, if any, from Jane to the defendant or the defendant's other counsel, the defendant was advised of those consequences and was well within his constitutional rights to choose to continue to retain Miss Blinkbecker. A reasonable defendant may decide to retain a trusted attorney, even can go up.
Okay.
Even at the risk of losing those advantages after being properly informed of the risks and benefits of the consequences of that decision. Finally, with respect to the defendant's claim that Ms. Blinkbecker suffered from a conflict under Fulton, the defendant is wrong. I love it. Again, the defendant conflates two separate issues addressed by the court during the Curcio hearing. As set forth in the June 14, 2021 sealed letter, in an abundance of caution, the government expeditiously alerted the court to speculative information it had received from the defendant's former attorneys related to Joycelyn and Miss Blankbecker. Joycelyn did not make any such allegations, nor did the government intend to or ultimately call Joycelyn as a witness at trial. Thus, even if you can go up.
Mhm.
Even if there existed the possibility of a conflict under Fulton, no conflict was likely to or did, in fact, arise. None of the dangers outlined in Fulton, therefore, existed here, noting that the allegations were by a witness who testifying against the defendant at trial, making it a different order of magnitude from other conflicts. Moreover, in the unlikely event that Joycelyn was to be called as a witness at trial by the government at that time, as set forth in Fulton, the per se rule advocated by the defendant applies only where the alleged criminal conduct is true, or of the nature that it should be treated as true, not where the allegation is false. Therefore, in order to prevail on this claim, the defendant must show prejudice. Given the lack of evidence before the court regarding the alleged conduct, there was no basis to treat the allegation as true, stating that the considerations relating to the per se unwaivable conflict found in any event, if the allegations were deemed to be true, Joycelyn was not called as a witness at trial. Do not apply if the allegations are clearly false. Thus, if a district court holds a full hearing and can definitively rule out the possibility that the allegations are true, a meaningful waiver is possible since the falsely accused attorney is conflicted only to the extent that she cannot cross-examine the witness regarding the false allegations. As discussed above, the defendant had 3 other independent retained counsel, including Mr. Canick, who acted as lead attorney at trial and could have cross-examined Joycelyn if she had been called as a witness. The defendant, therefore, has not and cannot provide any evidence that an actual conflict existed, or that if a potential or actual conflict did exist, that a lapse in representation resulted from, or that he was prejudiced in any way by the conflict. Accordingly, this court should deny the defendant's motion in its entirety.
Whew. All right, let me read this last little part here. Says here, to the extent to the defendant's reference to misconduct implicating a so-called Fulton conflict also concerns the potential ethnic violation by Miss Blank Becker for contacting Jane and Joycelyn while they were represented by counsel. Such a violation would not be the type of crime or misconduct sufficiently related to the crimes in which the defendant was charged as contemplated in Fulton. It says, of course, per se rule does not apply anytime a court learns that an attorney may have committed a crime. The attorney's alleged criminal activity must be sufficiently related to the charged crimes to create a real possibility that the attorney's vigorous defense of his client will be compromised. Conclusion. Based on the foregoing, the defendant's motion for a new trial should be denied, as we knew they would say. Okay.
Atmos, is it true about the other one?
About what? How many pages?
Yeah.
I know you ain't gonna be able to hang with all that. I know. You know what though? You know what I want to do is I want to start it.
Yeah, let's start it. At least see what we can do.
And let's see. I mean,
I'm a trooper.
It might be so damn interesting that we may just look, man. Look.
Exactly.
Look, we've been waiting so damn long for this. You know what? But you know what I like to do? I like to let my chat let me know. So
yeah,
let me. I want to get them because I know they got to go to work and they got stuff to do. So let me ask them. If y'all want us to continue reading, let me see. Let me pull up this other 100-some pages. So let me stop the screen. Let me pull it up. If y'all want us to continue reading, like this second part, which is the response to the acquittal, put a 1 in the chat if y'all want us to continue reading, so I can see, because I don't want to, keep reading. And they like, Atmos, get out, I don't want to do that to them. So I'm gonna see what they gotta say. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all want us to keep reading. Put a 1 in the chat. Let me go ahead and pull this up real quick, and let's see what we got going on.
I'm seeing lots of 1s, Atmos.
Oh, you seeing lots of 1s? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Aaron, yes, pleases.
Here we got a yes, please.
Nettie Boo, of course.
It's good, y'all. Okay, cool. All right, let me pull it up. So hold on. Let me go back over here and go back over here and go back over here.
Oh, I love the chat.
I do too. They are awesome.
Um,
All right, let me do this right quick. Here, here. Okay, let's see.
You know, I miss my parents have my kids tonight too, so I get to sleep a little later.
Oh, do you? Okay, awesome.
So even though I got work, but I don't have to worry about them, so I'm okay. I'm a
Hey,
trooper.
listen. I just appreciate you trooping it out with me.
Of
Like I
course.
said, if anybody else wants to jump in, feel free. Let me go ahead and share this with y'all. Let's go ahead and take a bathroom break.
Go.
Let me go ahead and play. Let me see. Give me like a few minutes, and I'm gonna play
Cheers.
a
Wife
song.
must be missing you too. Go give her.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? She's okay. She just called me. She's good. She knew this night was coming.
Yeah.
So let's take about 5 minutes. Let me play a little song and go get y'all some water and some popcorn. Get your popcorn ready because I think this thing about to be crazy. And yes, thank y'all for blessing the Cash App. Y'all know we putting in overtime. We do appreciate y'all's blessings. Okay, so I'll be right back. Let me play something. Hold on, Alexa, play Love and Happiness.
Love and Happiness by Al Green on Amazon Music.
Alexa, stop. You know what? I ain't played no copyright music on here the whole time. I don't want to do it right now. I got you. Alexa, play Get Out My Way by Atmos Love.
Get Out My Way by Atmos Love
Love
on
it.
Amazon Music.
Oh, 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 no. I don't need negative energy. Wrap me in positive synergy. I have been doubted through life. Been never done it with trifling people who told me my style would not work. I told them they wrong. The struggling too long. This song is for you. I'm proving you wrong. Get out my way. 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 Haters, haters, all good. Thought I couldn't when I could. Had a dream, this reality. I made my own way about the hood. I've been waiting for a long time to collect what's always been mine. Always had a dream to sing, gotta make my gift of music ring to prove to y'all it's Atmos time. To the bottom of that too long, now it's time to rise to the top. We'll never forget where I started and who supported and gave me props. I'll never stop working to give you my best. Will drain on my power to pass every test. I give all the glory because truly I'm blessed. If you come in with drama, then just get out my way. 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 Haters, haters, all good. Thought I couldn't when I could. Had a dream, that's reality. I made my own way about the hood. On my left side.
Stop. All right. All right, we back. Let's go ahead and get back to business. Let's get back to business. Let me pull this up.
You know, I like that song. I wanted to finish it.
Oh, thank you.
I never get to hear the whole thing because you don't play the whole thing in the beginning.
I know. I'll send it to you.
All right.
You know,
cool.
if you got Alexa, you can just say Alexa, play.
Is it on there like that?
Yeah,
That's
just
awesome.
say yeah. It's
All
on.
right.
It's on
You know,
iTunes everywhere.
My daughter Ray, she just learned how to get Alexa to answer her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How old is your little girl?
She is gonna be 3 in August. She's 2 right now.
Oh
little
my
noodle.
goodness.
Noodle. It's my little Nunu.
She's so sweet.
She is so spoiled. Like she when I tell you she love her daddy. Oh my gosh. Like
I bet.
Oh, it's my baby. Okay, y'all. Let me here we go. Here we go. Let me take this down and let me share this with y'all so y'all can see where we are. So, y'all, this is the response to the Bonjean motion for the acquittal for R. Kelly. Okay, here we go. So let's just do the best we can. And whatever we don't get through tonight, we'll jump back in and finish it tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Okay. So right here, y'all, this is United States District Court, United States versus Robert Sylvester Kelly, the government's memorandum of law. in opposition to the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal. Okay. Breon Peace. Who is Breon Peace? That's a new.
He's the
Uh,
big.
He's the who?
He's the actual like district attorney, United States attorney, the USA. The other ones are assistant USAs.
Okay.
So he's like the head guy
Okay.
or
Okay.
girl. I don't know if it's a girl or a guy. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Hold on. Let me read what Mocha Duchess said. I'm cracking up at some of the let me see. At some of the supporters chats. One said so far, it sounds like the government is handing the case over to the JBO and throwing their hands up. Oh wow.
They're nuts.
Oh yeah, they are. Thank you, Mocha. Appreciate that. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Table of contents. Ooh. Let's ooh. Oh my. They breaking it down.
I mean, 100 and what pages?
108 pages, or 105 or something like that.
They're like, you didn't ask for the extra papers, right? We did.
Right, exactly.
They took full advantage.
They did. Okay, so okay, y'all. There's one part in here that it don't look like they addressed, and I said I wonder if they would. Hold on, somebody just popped in. Let me see who this is. There's my Noonie.
Hey,
what's up, Noonie?
Man, I almost missed you.
I know. Thank you for coming on to help us.
Yes, of course.
Awesome. Yay, we got help. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this, y'all. Here we go. So let me make sure my thing is updated, which it is. All right, let's get into it. So we are going to start here. So this is the introduction. The introduction is the government respectfully submits this memorandum of law in opposition to defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly's motion for a judgment of acquittal pursuant to Rule 29 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. It says on September 27, 2021, Kelly was convicted following a 6-week trial, jury trial of racketeering in the violation of Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 1962. Count 1, transportation of Jane for the purposes of illegal sexual activity. Let's see here. Count 2, coercion of Jane for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. Count 3, coercion of Jane as a minor for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. Count 4, transportation of Jane as a minor for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. Count 5, transportation of Faith for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. Count 6, for coercion of Faith for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. Count 7, for transportation of Faith for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. Count 8, the coercion of Faith for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. And count 9. Kelly now moves to set aside his convictions. He argues that the court should reverse his convictions because he asserts that no rational juror could have found the evidence sufficient to support his convictions for the reasons set below. His motion is without merit and should be denied. Factual background. I'll let you do the honors, Noonie.
Okay. So the factual background.
Yep.
The evidence adduced at trial consisted of testimony from 50 witnesses, including 45 witnesses called by the government and 5 called by the defendant, and hundreds of exhibits admitted at trial. A summary of the evidence supporting each of the counts of which the defendant was convicted is set forth below. Kelly and the Enterprise. Since the 1990s, Robert Kelly has recorded and performed as a professional musician, touring across the United States and beyond. T.672.
Just go and skip over that
Okay.
case stuff. Yeah.
Kelly primarily resided and recorded his music in Chicago. In the 1990s, he resided at an apartment in downtown Chicago and later at 1010 George Street in Chicago, Illinois. And recorded music at CRC Recording Company, a recording studio in Chicago. In approximately 2013, Kelly used a recording studio at 865 North Larrabee Street in Chicago, which was formerly named Chicago Tracks. In or about 2004, Kelly stopped using the studio and began to use the one in the basement of his residence in Olympia Fields, Illinois. Kelly eventually moved out of the Olympia Fields and resided in an apartment at the Trump Towers in Chicago, and for a period of time and maintained multiple houses in Johns Creek, a suburb of Atlanta, Georgia. Kelly also used recording studios across the country, including New York, Florida, Georgia, and California. Both studios on North Larrabee and Olympia Fields were called the Chocolate Factory. Kelly surrounded himself with an inner circle which included a business manager and an accountant, recording engineers, personal assistants, runners, drivers, security personnel, and members of his entourage. For example, Demetrius Smith worked for Kelly, including a personal assistant and tour manager between 1984 and 1994, and then for a second stint until 1996. Kelly's inner circle in those early years also included his manager Barry Hankerson, as well as Larry Hood, Bruce Kelly, and Tyree Jameson. After Hankerson, Darrell McDavid served as Kelly's manager as his accountant. Donnie Lyle served as Kelly's musical director. At various times between 2003 and 2011, Tom Arnold served as Kelly's studio manager, road manager, and personal assistant. Diana Copeland served as Kelly's personal assistant and later executive assistant, beginning in approximately 2004 and staying for approximately 15 years. Kelly also employed many runners, including Nicholas Williams and later Anthony Navarro. Another close associate was Jermaine Maxey, also known as Bubba. During the later years, his personal assistants included Milton June Brown, George Junebug Kelly, Van Polen, Cheryl Mack, Suzette Mayweather, Alicette Mayweather, Lily, and Cassandra. Kelly and his inner circle worked to promote Kelly's music and brand, as well as to meet Kelly's demands in personal life. His inner circle managed the studio and tour buses, ensuring that they were clean and stocked with food and other supplies. His assistants arranged for nightly basketball games, both in Chicago and while Kelly...
Sorry, go ahead.
Was on tour, his runners served as receptionists, answering phones and recording messages. At times, his runners required visitors to sign non-disclosure agreements and made copies of their identification documents. His runners escorted visitors, including his female guests, to rooms within his residence or his studio. His inner circle ensured that Kelly attended business meetings. His inner circle carried Kelly's backpack, which contained, among other items, iPads that could be used to record sexual activity.
Okay, you can stop there. You can jump in. Hey, y'all, whenever somebody reads, so we're going to, like, if you're not reading, we're going to put it on mute so we don't hear, because I know I'll be having background noise too, just so it don't interrupt the stream. But thank you so much, Noonie. I'll bring you back in. Tan, you want to jump in where she was at?
Yep.
Okay.
Kelly's inner circle also assisted Kelly in his personal life. For example, Kelly's inner circle distributed slips of paper with Kelly's telephone number to women and girls. Kelly's inner circle selected women and girls to join him backstage and at after parties. When Kelly used the Chicago studio and when his studio was housed in the basement of his residence in Olympia Fields, his runners regularly picked up his female guests from their homes, nearby train stations, and airports. One of Kelly's drivers drove one of Kelly's female guests, a 16-year-old girl, from a mall in Jacksonville to meet Kelly in Miami, a 5.5-hour trip. Kelly's inner circle ordered food for Kelly's female guests. Kelly's inner circle also assisted Kelly's female guests in arranging air travel and hotel rooms for Kelly's female guests, allowing his guests to visit Kelly in Chicago and across the United States. Can go up.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kelly's inner circle accompanied his female guests to Kelly's basketball games, the mall, and the salon. Kelly's inner circle picked up medication to treat Kelly's genital herpes. Kelly's inner circle stood guard when Kelly required them to stay on a bus as punishment. Kelly's inner circle was required to abide by several rules. For example, they were required to sign non-disclosure agreements and not permitted to take photographs. They were required to knock before entering any rooms. They were required to obtain approval before carrying out even the most mundane of tasks, such as allowing a guest to go to the bathroom. We would try to call Rob to get permission. They were prohibited from looking at or speaking with any of Kelly's female guests. His female assistants were not permitted to speak with his male assistants in front of Kelly's female guests and girlfriends. Kelly required his inner circle to carry out his demands and to be fiercely loyal. For example, in the middle of the night, Kelly told Suzette Mayweather that she needed to bring him a sweet potato pie, causing her to travel to a Walmart store open 24 hours a day to purchase him a Patti LaBelle sweet potato pie. On another occasion, Kelly told Cheryl Mack that Precious, an aspiring singer whom Mack had introduced to Kelly when Precious was just 17 years old, had filed a lawsuit against Kelly, and that Mack needed to travel from Atlanta to Chicago and pick a team before she made her decision. Kelly threatened Mack that in these types of situations, people come up missing. Many members of his inner circle were paid a weekly salary for their efforts. Although, when members did not meet Kelly's expectations, Kelly fined members of his inner circle by withholding funds owed to them. In addition, Kelly required several members of his inner circle to write letters, falsely confessing to bad conduct, and provide those letters to Kelly so that Kelly could use it for protection. Finally, Kelly expected his inner circle to make sure that his female guests and girlfriends abided by Kelly's rules. For example, when one of Kelly's girlfriends, Anna, left Kelly on one occasion, Kelly confronted Diana Copeland about how she had let Anna escape. Another time, Kelly directed Copeland to pay close attention to his female guests' use of their cellular telephones. A text message forwarded by Kelly to Copeland that said, "You should pay close attention to the girls' phones. I would say, especially Jane, and what exactly they do on them." And on another occasion, Kelly confronted Suzette Mayweather after he learned that several months earlier she had let a girlfriend, Dominique, off the tour bus when they were in New Orleans without first obtaining Kelly's permission. When Kelly learned that on another occasion Dominique had shared personal information with his assistant, Suzette Mayweather, Kelly confronted Suzette Mayweather, leading Suzette Mayweather to falsely tell Kelly that she, Suzette Mayweather, had brought up the conversation that led to Dominique sharing those details because Suzette Mayweather feared what Kelly might do to Dominique.
I'll jump in. Kelly's genital herpes diagnosis. Dr. Chris McGrath was Kelly's primary care physician for over 25 years, beginning in September 1994 until sometime in 2019. At some point after June 2000 and before March 19th of 2007, Dr. McGrath concluded that Kelly had contracted genital herpes. a sexually transmitted disease or STD. Now, as a regular practice following his diagnosis, Dr. McGrath told Kelly that he had genital herpes and advised Kelly to inform his sexual partners of this fact so that they could make that decision on whether or not to have sex with you or not. Dr. McGrath further advised Kelly to use a condom during sex and specifically recalled Kelly indicating that he understood the doctor's advice when Kelly stated, I shouldn't, I should not put it in raw. I should put a raincoat on it. And Dr. McGrath confirmed to Kelly that he should use a condom during sex. Angela met Kelly in 1991 through her friend Tiffany. During the break between her friendship, her freshman and sophomore year in high school, Angela was 14 years old. Okay. Or 15 at the time. Aspiring to be an entertainer, she wanted to sing and dance. Okay, she wanted to sing and dance. Tiffany was also in high school, attended Kenwood Academy in Chicago. An aspiring singer, Tiffany invited Angela to go to Kelly's apartment in the South Loop of Chicago, telling Angela that Kelly was a singer who had recently released a single. Tiffany and Angela went to Kelly's apartment with the other two girls who were also in high school. When they arrived at the apartment, Bruce Kelly, Demetrius Smith, and Larry Hood were at the apartment with the defendant. Everyone in the apartment joked around for about an hour in a communal space across from the kitchen, after which Kelly went into another room and each of the high school girls, including Angela, followed him into the same room one by one at different intervals. Either Tiffany or the Kelly invited Angela into the room. When she entered, Angela observed the three other high school girls in different areas of the room. One was taking off her clothes, another was standing there, and the third was taking her shirt off. Kelly asked Angela to climb on top of him. Startled, Angela paused for a moment, but then did exactly what Kelly asked her to do. Kelly then asked Angela to straddle him and to ride him, and she asked Kelly if she should grab a condom. Kelly said he did not have any, and Angela told him that she did and obtained it. Kelly then put the condom on Kelly, and the two had sexual intercourse in the presence of three other high school girls. Y'all, she was 14 or 15 years old when this happened. Okay? Kelly also had sexual intercourse with at least one other high school girl and had sexual contact with all of them, including by caressing and suckling their breasts and fingering one of the girls. When Angela and one of the others left the room, Angela observed that Demetrius Smith, Bruce Kelly, and Larry Hood were all still in the apartment. Before Angela and the three other high school girls left the apartment, Kelly invited them to return the following day, which they did. For the next few years, Angela saw Kelly almost every day, either at his apartment or at CRC Recording Company, a recording studio in Chicago. Angela saw Kelly along with Tiffany and a different assortment of young ladies on a regular basis. At some point in 1991, Angela stopped attending high school after Kelly gave her an option to either go to school or sing. At the time, Angela, Tiffany, and another girl were singing together as a group, which Kelly later named Second Chapter. Okay? Kelly continued to have sexual intercourse with Angela while she was between the ages of approximately 15 through 17 on multiple occasions at his apartment. the recording studio. And while they were on the road, Angela did not want to have sexual intercourse with Kelly, but did so because he told her and the other girls that they had to pay their dues. Kelly also asked Angela to bring other girls around, telling her to let him let some girls or bring him some new talent. Towards the end of 1992 and into early 1993, Kelly's sexual interactions with Angela became less frequent, though they still occurred. Aaliyah, you want to read Aaliyah, Noonie?
Yeah. In approximately 1992 in Detroit, Michigan, Kelly and his tour manager, Demetrius Smith, met Aaliyah Haunton. Aaliyah and her family. Aaliyah was the niece of Kelly's manager at the time, Barry Hankerson. In approximately January 1992, Kelly introduced Angela, Tiffany, and the third girl in their singing group to Aaliyah. Prior to meeting Aaliyah, Kelly told Angela that Aaliyah was the next up-and-coming artist, the next hottest wave coming out of Detroit. At the meeting, which took place on Aaliyah's birthday, Kelly told Aaliyah that Angela, Tiffany, and the third girl were going to be her background, the singing group public announcement was for him, and would give Aaliyah her street vibe, and that they would also be there to be her friends. Aaliyah was 12 at the time, therefore Angela saw Aaliyah regularly, while Aaliyah...
Can you see it?
Okay, well, Aaliyah was in Chicago working on her first album, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, which was written and produced by R. Kelly. Kelly, fully aware of Aaliyah's age, engaged in inappropriate behavior with Aaliyah, seducing her and sometimes spending hours alone with Aaliyah in his apartment. Kelly began sexually abusing Aaliyah beginning from at least 1992 or 1993 when she was 13 or 14 years old. In 1992 or 1993, Aaliyah accompanied Kelly on tour, including in Washington, D.C. On at least one occasion during the tour, Kelly performed oral sex on Aaliyah inside of the tour bus, which was witnessed by Angela. Also, during this tour, as punishment for Angela, Aaliyah and the other girls disobeying his orders to stay in the hotel, Kelly told the girls it was dues time and they would have to put out that night, a reference to sexual intercourse or other sexual contact as punishment. In August 1994, while on tour in or around Macon, Georgia, just before taking the stage, Kelly approached Smith and told him that Aaliyah was in trouble. Despite having additional performances on the tour, Kelly instructed Smith to make flight reservations for him because they needed to get home immediately after the show in Chicago. Smith advised Kelly to call Hankerson, Aaliyah's uncle, and Kelly's business manager, but Kelly refused, saying, "Don't call Barry. It's deeper than you think." Based on Kelly's instruction, Smith arranged round-trip airline tickets for Kelly, Smith, and his security guard, Tyree Jameson. On the plane ride back to Chicago, Kelly was concerned and crying a lot, explained to Smith that Aaliyah believed she was pregnant. Kelly also told Smith, after speaking with his accountant and manager, Daryl McDavid, he had devised a plan to marry Aaliyah so that he could avoid jail. At some point after landing in Chicago early in the morning, Kelly and Smith
Hold on. I was told that R. Kelly didn't know nothing about marrying Aaliyah. I was told he never married Aaliyah. I was told that everybody else set him up to marry Aaliyah. That's what I
As
was
a publicity stunt.
As a publicity stunt, right? Okay, go ahead, Noonie.
At some point after landing in Chicago early in the morning, Callie and Smith made a stop at Callie's apartment, where Smith raised reservations about Callie's plan to marry Aaliyah, and Callie responded, whose side was Smith on? Callie, Smith, McDavid, and Jameson then gathered at the Sheraton Hotel suite where Aaliyah was waiting. At the hotel suite, the group discussed Kelly's plan to marry Aaliyah. Aaliyah was a minor and only had a school identification card, did not have identification showing she was 18 years old. And therefore, she was not old enough to get a marriage license. Smith suggested to the group, which included Kelly, that he could get an identification card for Aaliyah.
Hold on. Smith suggested to the group, which what?
Which included Kelly.
It what?
Included Kelly.
But I heard he had nothing to do, or he had no knowledge of them getting a fake.
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go
ahead.
That he could get an identification card for Aaliyah from a local welfare office if he paid an employee cash. The group also discussed getting another piece of identification for Aaliyah from a friend of Kelly's who worked at a courier service facility. After these discussions, Smith obtained $500 cash from McDavid, and the group headed out to obtain the identification. Okay. Smith, Aaliyah, and Kelly drove to the public aid office, after which Smith went inside and offered $500 cash to a public aid office employee to obtain a fraudulent ID for Aaliyah. The public aid office employee was a state government employee and not permitted by law to accept cash in exchange for creating identification. Took the cash and agreed to create an identification for Aaliyah. Kelly waited in the car while Aaliyah went inside, where the employee took Aaliyah's photograph and gave them the fraudulent identification card, a card for which Aaliyah provided none of the requisite documentation, was not eligible to receive, and even eligible would have taken approximately 30 days to be issued by the public aid office. No record of any legitimate identification card for Aaliyah was saved in the public aid office files. Smith and Aaliyah returned to the car where Kelly was waiting, after which Kelly, Smith, Aaliyah, and others went to a Federal Express, a courier company, to obtain another fake identification card for Aaliyah. So they did it twice.
Yeah.
After going inside of the Federal Express with Smith, Aaliyah had her picture taken and was given a fake employment card.
Are you gonna halt there? Tan, you want to jump in?
Yes. After obtaining the fraudulent identification cards, Kelly, Aaliyah, Smith, and McDavid went to the Illinois County Clerk's office to obtain a marriage license for Kelly and Aaliyah. Individuals seeking a marriage license were required to present two forms of identification: state identification card, driver's license, or domestic or foreign passport, birth certificate, consular card, or baptism records. Illinois Department of Public Aid identification cards were not among the regularly accepted forms of identification. Initially, the clerk hesitated to accept the fraudulent identifications presented by Aaliyah. However, McDavid intervened and convinced the clerk to accept the identification. Kelly and Aaliyah thereafter filled out and signed an application for marriage, which was not publicly available document, on which Kelly listed his driver's license number and Aaliyah listed an Illinois Department of Public Aid identification number as their forms of identification. The marriage application also falsely listed Aaliyah's date of birth as January 16th, 1976, and age as 18 years old, despite Aaliyah's true date of birth being January 1979, and her occupation as messenger, sir. Based on the information provided, the clerk's office issued a marriage license to Robert S. Kelly and Aaliyah D. Houghton, Kelly Smith and the others also visited a friend of Kelly's, Keith Williams, in order to find someone to officiate the wedding. Williams recommended a friend, Nathan Edmond, a church elder and licensed minister, who agreed to officiate the wedding.
All right, so hold on, pause right there. Why do y'all think realistically that Keith Williams said, "Hey, I got somebody who'll do it for y'all"? What would be the
Because he knew
logic?
he was down.
You think he wanted to be a part of that? He was like, "Oh, who you marrying? Oh, her? Oh yeah, I know somebody that do it for y'all, but ain't no way in hell I'm doing it. Y'all
Yeah.
ain't getting me locked up. Oh hell no. Hey Nate, I got a job for you, bro. If you want it,
Yeah.
this can be your first time doing the wedding. But yeah, that's crazy. All right, go ahead.
After obtaining what they needed to effectuate the wedding, Kelly, Aaliyah Smith, and the others returned to the Sheridan Hotel suite. When Edmund arrived at the hotel suite, he was asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. Edmund refused, but promised not to speak to anyone about the wedding. Edmund, who had never before met Kelly or Aaliyah, then conducted a hasty 10-minute ceremony in the hotel suite where he married Kelly and Aaliyah, who were each dressed in jogging suits. The marriage license signed by Edmund was filed with the Cook County Clerk's Office, and a certification of marriage stating that Kelly and Aaliyah were married on August 31st, 1994 was issued. A few minutes after the ceremony, Kelly, Smith, and Jameson left to fly back to the concert venue to continue the defendant's tour. Aaliyah did not leave with them. Shortly after the secret wedding, the marriage was annulled. Subsequently, on August 25th, 2001, Aaliyah died in an airplane crash. Stephanie was born in mid-October 1981. She grew up in Chicago and ultimately finished high school at the Chicago Academy of the Arts, where she graduated in approximately June 1999. During the summer of 98, when Stephanie was 16 years old, she was at the Rock and Roll McDonald's in downtown Chicago with her then boyfriend and two other friends on a double date. While standing by herself at the register, a man approached Stephanie and asked her age. She responded that she was 16. The man then asked if she knew who R. Kelly was, and she responded she did. The man gestured over to Kelly, who was seated in a nearby booth looking at Stephanie, and told Stephanie that Kelly wanted her to call him and gave Stephanie a handwritten note with Kelly's phone number.
Hold on. I was told that R. Kelly never went and got the girls himself. It was the other people that brought him to him. R. Kelly had no idea who these girls were. He didn't pick none of the girls out.
Yeah, I mean if girls just fall into your lap, you just do it, you know.
Right. They just fell out the sky, and his entourage got okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's see. A handwritten note with Kelly's number on it. Thereafter, Stephanie talked to her friends at the McDonald's about what had occurred and then threw the phone number away, as she did not intend to call Kelly at that time. Approximately 1 year later, in the summer of 99, when Stephanie was 17 years old, she met Kelly. During that summer, Stephanie worked as a barista at a coffee shop located in a hotel in downtown Chicago on a 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift. During a shift, a coworker informed Stephanie that R. Kelly was at the Nike store just around the corner from the hotel on Michigan Avenue, also known as the Magnificent Mile. Stephanie decided to go to the Nike store to see if Kelly would remember her and to ask him if he would listen to her friend Catherine sing. Catherine was Stephanie's classmate at the Chicago Academy of the Arts, specializing in music, and was an aspiring singer at the time. When Stephanie arrived at the Nike store and was walking in, Kelly was walking out. Stephanie asked Kelly if he remembered her, and he indicated he did. Stephanie told Kelly she wanted to ask him a question, and he invited her to walk with him to his car, which Stephanie did, and Kelly invited Stephanie inside the car, inside his car. Inside the car, Stephanie asked Kelly if he would meet her friend Catherine, who had a great voice, and potentially help Catherine with her career. Kelly told Stephanie he thought we could arrange that, but he'd like to get to know me, and he also said that he likes to cuddle, and would I be okay with that? To which Stephanie responded yes. Kelly then gave Stephanie his phone number and told Stephanie to call him, which she ultimately did. Approximately a week or two later, Stephanie saw Kelly again at his recording studio just off Chicago Avenue on the edge of the Cabrini Green neighborhood. Stephanie was buzzed into the studio, and one of Kelly's employees brought her up to a room on the second floor, told Stephanie to stay there and wait for Kelly, and then left. Stephanie waited for Kelly alone in the room for several hours until he came into the room. The two conversed for a period of time and ultimately had sexual intercourse in the room that day. During their conversation, among other things, Kelly told Stephanie he wanted her to call him Daddy. Following this encounter, Stephanie continued to see Kelly for approximately 6 months, mostly at his studio. Kelly had sexual intercourse with Stephanie essentially every time they saw each other. At various times, Stephanie would be picked up and driven to the studio by one of Kelly's employees and driven home by an employee. During their interactions, Kelly was one of two ways. He was either very nice and charming, jovial, or he was very controlling, intimidating. He'd raise his voice at Stephanie, and he could put the fear of God in her very quickly. Stephanie's sexual interactions with Kelly were humiliating. Stephanie described those interactions as follows. He would be very specific on how he wanted me to be. He would put me in positions that he wanted me to be in. He would tell me that he wanted me. He'd tell me to get undressed, and then he would position my body in a way, and he would then say, all right, I'm going to go, and when I come back, I want you to be just like this. So I would be completely naked with my butt in the air and just like waiting there for him to come have his way, sometimes hours. When Kelly returned to the room and Stephanie was not in the position he had told her to be in, Kelly became very disappointed and angry, yelling at her. Kelly often ejaculated on Stephanie's face and instructed her on what sounds she should make during sex. On one occasion, after watching the defendant play a basketball game, Stephanie and Kelly went inside the passenger portion of an SUV. The front driver and passenger seats were occupied by Kelly's employees. While inside, Kelly told Stephanie to give him oral sex. Stephanie did so, but it was really disgusting because he had just played basketball for an hour, and so she was really ashamed while she was doing it and tried to do it quietly and get it done. Kelly stopped her and said that she needed to make noises while she was performing oral sex on him because he wanted the other people in the car to know that she was giving him oral sex. Within the first month or two of Stephanie having met Kelly, Stephanie again asked Kelly if he would meet her friend Catherine. Kelly agreed, and Catherine, Stephanie, and Stephanie's mom went to his studio for this purpose.
Hold on. Stop. Did that say? So Stephanie mom, I wonder if she knew about him having sex with her 17-year-old daughter.
I kind of think that she probably did not. At first, at least.
Wow,
I think I remember her saying that her mom didn't know.
Okay, go ahead.
It was all about Catherine singing.
Okay, go
At
ahead.
the studio, Catherine performed a song for Kelly. Kelly indicated that Catherine could sing, but seemed unimpressed and quickly dismissed the three of them as he was not thrilled about Stephanie's mom being there. Of course not.
Right.
On either the first or second occasion that Stephanie visited Kelly's studio, Kelly asked Stephanie how old she was, and Stephanie responded that she was 17. At some point after this conversation, while Stephanie was still 17, Kelly videotaped Stephanie engaging in sexual contact with him. Stephanie had agreed to meet Kelly at his recording studio and was waiting for him in a room at the studio when he called her and told her he was on his way to pick her up and wanted to make a video of them having sex. Thereafter, Kelly drove Stephanie to his house at the Lincoln Park neighborhood of Chicago on George Street. Upon their arrival at the house, Kelly quickly got a video camera and instructed Stephanie to come around the walkway at the entrance and began filming as she entered the frame, instructing Stephanie to undress and walk over to the sofa. At this point, Kelly was holding the video camera, which was a large VHS camera. After Stephanie walked over to the sofa, as Kelly instructed, Kelly came up behind her and started having sex with her. At that point, Kelly had placed the video camera on the table in front of Stephanie. Stephanie was completely naked, and the video camera on the table in front of Stephanie. Stephanie was completely naked, and the video camera was facing her and was recording. Kelly was penetrating Stephanie vaginally from behind. Kelly then indicated he would retrieve a dildo and wanted Stephanie to put the dildo in her mouth as he had sex with her. Kelly did so and then put the dildo inside Stephanie's mouth and continued to have sexual intercourse with her from behind. While this occurred, the VHS video camera remained right in front of Stephanie, facing Stephanie and her private areas while she was completely naked and was still recording. In approximately October 1999, Stephanie traveled to Orlando, Florida for a long weekend to see Kelly with her friend Catherine. Kelly was recording music in Orlando and had previously asked Stephanie to meet him in Orlando and said she could bring her friend Catherine. Kelly paid for their travel, and one of his employees made their travel arrangements. Upon their arrival in Orlando, Stephanie and Catherine were taken to a furnished rental house in a cul-de-sac. They stayed there for a long time, a few days, without any contact from Kelly, and just sat in the... Stephanie turned 18 in mid-October 99. She could not recall whether this trip occurred before or after her 18th birthday. Sat in the house alone and did not leave the house at all. On the last day of the trip, Kelly showed up at the house and took Stephanie to a recording studio. At the studio, Kelly told Stephanie that he wanted to record her giving him oral sex, and then he proceeded to do just that. This time, Kelly used a handheld video camera, smaller than the one he had used to video record Stephanie at his residence at Lincoln Park, to record Stephanie's face as Kelly's penis was in her mouth and she was giving him oral sex. Kelly ejaculated on Stephanie's face and did not let her wipe it off, instead telling Stephanie she had to walk down to the hall to another bathroom to wipe her face. Stephanie felt humiliated. Thereafter, Kelly drove Stephanie back to the house as she cried in the car. She and Catherine then returned to Chicago. Following this trip, Stephanie did not want to see Kelly anymore. She felt used and humiliated and degraded, and she just didn't want to be abused anymore. Stephanie did, however, see Kelly again to stay in his good graces because she wanted Kelly to give her the sex tapes he had made of her. She discussed getting the videotapes from Kelly or having him destroy them in person with Kelly on 2 occasions, but Kelly did not do so. Thereafter, Stephanie called Kelly and asked him again to give her the tapes or destroy them. Kelly suggested he would consider it if she came to see him. However, Stephanie concluded from the 2 previous in-person discussions that Kelly had no intention of doing so. She did not go to see him. That was the last time Stephanie spoke with Kelly.
I'll jump in. Thank you so much.
Of course.
And whenever you got to cut out, let me know, Tanya. It's you know.
It might be soon, to be
Okay.
honest.
Okay, cool. That's cool. During the course of her time with Kelly, Kelly made clear to Stephanie that she was not permitted to speak to other men. On one occasion, she was at Houston's restaurant in Chicago with Kelly and 2 rappers, for whom Kelly referred to as Boo and Gotti. Stephanie was not allowed to speak to Boo and Gotti during the meal, but heard Kelly tell them that he likes young girls and that people make such a big deal of it, but it really isn't a big deal because even look at Jerry Lewis. He's a genius and I'm a genius, and we should be allowed to do whatever we want because we live in this world, because of what we give to this world. Addie. On September 2nd, 1994, Addie, a 17-year-old girl, attended the Budweiser Superfest 2 concert in Miami Arena in Miami, Florida with a friend. At the end of the concert, Kelly made an announcement that women over the age of 18 could go backstage. Given the announcement, Addie did not intend to go backstage despite having all access passes because she was under the age of 18. However, a few minutes after the concert ended, 2 African-American men who appeared to be Kelly's associates approached Addie and her friend and asked them if they wanted to go backstage to get Kelly's autograph. Well, the men who did not ask Addie or her friend whether they were 18 or over 18 escorted Addie and her friend backstage to Kelly's dressing room. At no point while they were backstage did anyone check Addie or her friend's identification. Addie and her friend were brought to a dressing room where Addie was present, along with what appeared to be members of the media interviewing Kelly. Shortly after arriving, Addie approached Kelly and asked if he would autograph her program. Kelly asked Addie her name and signed the program to Addie with a signature. Now, Addie, who was a trained dancer who ultimately attended a performing arts conservatory, also mentioned to Kelly that she was an aspiring artist. And in response to which, Kelly told Addie the name of his hotel and suggested that Addie also come to his hotel for an audition and wrote down the hotel number. Here we go with this audition in the freaking hotel again. He might as well run a freaking porn company because, like, you are. Oh, God, dude. Room 1301 and her program, on her program. Towards the end of that discussion, Addie told Kelly that she was not sure she was allowed to be in the dressing room because she was only 17 years old. Kelly then spoke to two of his bouncers, and quickly thereafter, the bouncers escorted everyone from the dressing room except Addie and her friend, who the bouncers told to stay. As a result, Addie and her friend were left alone in the dressing room with Kelly. Once in the room, Kelly began talking about a song he was working on for a movie soundtrack. When he played it for them, Kelly then asked Addie and her friend to play a game to see which girl could kiss better. Kelly kissed Addie's friend and then Addie. Addie initially kissed Kelly back and then began pulling away. But Kelly became more aggressive, holding Addie's wrist. Okay, y'all. So this part may be triggering. This could be a triggering part right here, y'all. So if you need to cut out for maybe a minute or two and then come back, I don't blame you. Okay, we just reading the paperwork. I'm sorry if it triggers anybody. Addie, okay. But Kelly became more aggressive, holding Addie's wrist and moved her towards the dressing area where he unzipped her shorts, pulled them down, and penetrated her vagina from behind with his penis. Kelly also attempted to get Addie's friend to participate by grabbing Addie's friend's hands, but the friend refused. After Kelly finished having intercourse with Addie, who was in a state of shock, pulled up her shorts, then opened the door, and then which they had to unlock, and ran out of the room with her friend. Oh gosh, man. Kate. Noonie, you want to read Kate?
Yeah. Kate met Kelly in 2001 when she was 27 years old and living in Chicago. Kate has a sexual relationship with Kelly and at times with other women at Kelly's direction. Because Kate knew Kelly had multiple sexual partners, she expressed to him that she was concerned that she might contract an STD and asked him whether he would use protection, but he said he would not. Kate also asked Kelly if he was okay referring to whether he had any STDs, and he did not disclose to her that he had any. While she was still in a sexual relationship with Kelly and not in a sexual relationship with anyone else, Kate contracted genital herpes. Kate told Kelly that she believed that he had transmitted an STD to her, but Kelly did not respond. In 2004, Kate retained Susan Loggins, a lawyer, to assist her with possible legal action against Kelly. She ultimately reached a settlement whereby Kelly paid her $200,000, and she released Kelly and others, including Daryl McDavid, from any further liability from giving her genital herpes, and agreed to not make any public statements about their relationship. As a result of Kate's genital herpes diagnosis, she was told potential future sexual partners about her diagnosis, and many of those relationships have not come to fruition as a result of the disclosure. Sonia, on August 12th, 2003, Sonia, who was working as a studio station intern, met Kelly while he was at a mall in Utah when she was approximately 21 years old. Sonia, hoping to get an interview with Kelly to kickstart her career at the radio station, spoke to Kelly's manager. Kelly did not agree to an interview at the time, but at some point during the interaction, Kelly or a member of his entourage gave Sonia a ripped off piece of paper with Rob and Kelly's telephone number written on it. Sonia, who was a friend at the time, also took a photograph with Kelly and her friend in front of his tour bus. Sonia told her boss at the radio radio station about meeting Kelly and still hoping to get an interview with him. Contacted Kelly at the number she had been given. Kelly did not agree to a telephone interview, but subsequently invited Sonia to travel to his studio, referring to as the Chocolate Factory in Chicago, Illinois, purportedly to conduct an interview of him. One of Kelly's associates arranged Sonia's airplane tickets, which Kelly paid for. Following her arrival in Chicago in March 2004, Sonia was directed to go to the Chocolate Factory recording studio. In the reception area, one of Kelly's associates asked Sonia if she needed protection, which he explained after Sonia asked for clarification because she did not understand his question meant condoms. Sonia, surprised by the question, responded, "No, I'm not here for that." She was then escorted to a small, poorly lit, windowless room with a couch and table within the studio by one of Kelly's associates, who also took and searched her suitcase without her consent. Shortly thereafter, while in the room, another associate entered, took and made a copy of Sonia's driver's license, searched through her cellular telephone, and made a list of her telephone contacts, directed her to sign what she believed to be a non-disclosure agreement, advised her of the rules that she had to abide by, including that she was not allowed to look up, talk to anyone, or do anything, told her that Kelly could come in soon, and then left the room, closing the door behind him. Sonia was thereafter kept against her will for approximately 3 to 4 days in the room, which was locked from the outside without sustenance. After realizing she was locked in the room, scared, Sonia banged on the door and repeatedly contacted the front desk of the studio using a telephone located in the room, asking to be let out or for food and water and to use the restroom. She was told, however, Kelly's associates that these requests would need to be approved by Kelly. On a few limited occasions, Sonia was allowed to use the restroom, but was generally escorted back and forth by one of Kelly's associates, during which time she was able to hear sounds consistent with people having sex in other rooms. Finally, one of Kelly's associates brought her food and a beverage in a cup. Also, immediately after taking a few bites of food and a few sips of the drink, she became extremely tired. She awoke sometime thereafter, confused to find that her underwear, which she had previously been wearing, had been removed and placed on the arm of the couch. A wetness in her vagina area and on her thighs, and Kelly in the corner of the room doing up his pants and belt. All of these circumstances made it apparent that Kelly had sexually assaulted Sonia while she was unconscious. After Sonia rose from the couch, Kelly hugged her and grabbed her buttocks, told her he would return shortly and left the room. Shortly thereafter, one of Kelly's associates entered the room, told Sonia that Kelly would not be returning, told her not to tell anyone about her time at the studio, made her sign another confidentiality agreement, and said, "Don't fuck with Mr. Kelly," which she took as a threat. Sonia did not previously have and could not have afforded her own return ticket home, signed the agreement, and was then allowed to fly home.
Okay, so we're going to pause right there. I know people got to get to work in the morning. I do too. But so we're gonna come back tomorrow night. We're gonna finish this. So we're gonna y'all just somebody type in the chat that we stopped at Alexis, and that was page 23. Somebody please type in the chat that we stopped at Alexis at page 23. Alexis and page 23. Man, y'all have been some troopers tonight. Y'all have been some troopers tonight. I want to thank y'all for joining us. I want to thank my Tanya. Thank you. You did an amazing job. I appreciate the sacrifice you made for you and from you and the kids tonight to come on and help me read this. I couldn't have did it without you. Noonie, thank you for coming in to help also. I appreciate you.
Of course, you're welcome.
Okay, y'all have a blessed night. Everybody in the chat, thank y'all for y'all support. Thank you for the cash apps and the super chats. I appreciate y'all. We all about putting out the truth, y'all. So we're going to continue to read through this. We're going to finish it up tomorrow night. I'll schedule another live for tomorrow evening, and we're going to get back at it, okay? But listen, I love y'all. Y'all have a blessed night. Get y'all some rest, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow. Just look out for the notification. I'm sure Diva going to get on tomorrow and do her thing. I think she said at noon tomorrow in the afternoon she's going to get on and do her thing.
Yeah,
So
like
make
one
sure
or
y'all,
two.
okay, yes, y'all make sure y'all go over there and support Diva Divine Light also, okay? Listen, I love y'all. Thank y'all very much. Everybody have a blessed night and peace out.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, 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 no. I don't need negative energy. Wrap me in positive synergy. I have been doubted through life. Been there and done that with trifling people who told me my style would not work. I told them they wrong. Been struggling too long. This song is for you. I'm proving you wrong. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way. I'm a genuine person. Like if I love you, I love you. If I don't mess with you, I don't mess with you. It's as simple as that.